Chapter 91. Su Qingxin had already made the great oath of the heart demon. How could he let Cheng Wenkai, who forced him to swear, give up halfway? Therefore, the matter of whether Yang Chen cheated or not began to spread. But in any case, Cheng Wenkai, the Taishaman, could not escape the name of jealousy. Otherwise, why was it that others did not question Yang Chen's cheating, but he did? Moreover, he did not question those who climbed to the top of the heaven stage, but he questioned Yang Chen who reached the top. No matter whether Yang Chen's climb to the top was cheating or not, Cheng Wenkai must have verified it out of jealousy. The Taishaman, a Jian stage master, and the face of the entire Chuning Palace. Everyone was very clear. At this time, Cheng Wenkai was not allowed to retreat. However, when Su Qingxin repeated the words that Yang Chen had said, the 9 fellow Taoists from various sects that Cheng Wenkai had found also began to hesitate. Chunyang Palace asked Yang Chen to climb the heaven stairway again. They must be confident. So it meant that the formation that presided over the heaven stairway would definitely be broken. And for these people, it meant that they would definitely suffer a backlash. Previously, Yang Chen had already made 9 Jian stage masters fall. Everyone was a discerning person. Who didn't know that the person who made the most effort in the illusion formation would suffer a greater backlash? At most, Su Qingxin did not make too much effort, but he had already made the great oath of the devil and said that there was no cheating. Others ended up like that, so these people had to think about it. 2 Jian stage masters quit on the spot. Cheng Wenkai, who fell into this situation, had to find 2 Jian stage masters from Taishaman and promised many benefits and compensation, so that the others could rest assured and prepare to let Yang Chen climb the heaven stairway again. Because Yang Chen reached the top, 10 Jian stage masters were injured, and the original gathering was interrupted. These newly added Jian stage masters had to first let those who did not go up the heaven stairway go up one by one. It was considered as the end of this year's gathering, and at the same time it was also to let the 10 Jian stage masters familiarize themselves with the formation of the heaven stairway. This process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then did all the disciples who were supposed to ascend the stairway to heaven finish. Next, it was Yang Chen's second time climbing the heavenly stairway. To be on the safe side this time, Cheng Wenkai even found a disciple who was at the same level as Yang Chen, who was at the second layer of the Qi training tier. He climbed the stairway before Yang Chen. He wanted to see if the effect of the stairway to heaven would be weaker against disciples of lower levels. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Taishaman disciple, who was in the second layer of the Qi refining realm, climbed up the first step of the heaven staircase. His body shook violently, and he barely managed to take the second step. His figure instantly disappeared, pushed out by the heaven staircase. And this was only the result of the Jindan who presided over the array, just maintaining the operation of the array and not exerting too much influence. Then Yang Chen appeared at the bottom of the stairway, waiting for Cheng Wenkai and the others to get ready. The surroundings of the heaven stairway were once again filled with spectators. There were even more people than the last time. The number of people who came after hearing the news had at least doubled. The true control of the heaven stairway array. These Jindan grandmasters had already discovered that it was almost impossible to cheat on the heaven stairway. They could increase the difficulty of the heaven stairway, but they could not easily let people pass. At the beginning, Cheng Wenkai swore to accuse Yang Chen of cheating, which was simply ridiculous. But now that things had come to this, no one could retreat, especially Cheng Wenkai. He could only choose to use any means necessary to keep Yang Chen on the heaven stairway. He must not let him easily reach the top. As long as Yang Chen could not reach the top this time, he would have an excuse and everything would be fine. If Yang Chen reached the top again, Cheng Wenkai could almost say that he could only mingle in the inner circle of the Taishaman in the future. Also from the Taishaman, the other 2 Jian grandmasters who came to support would naturally support Cheng Wenkai. As for the remaining 7, Cheng Wenkai had already secretly promised them benefits, as long as they cooperated to increase the difficulty of the Heaven's Stairway array. Now it was no longer a test of whether Yang Chen cheated or not, but a pure effort for his own face. As soon as Yang Chen stepped on the first step of the Heaven's Stairway, the scenery in front of him immediately changed, and he was directly in a maze array. The maze array was different from the illusion array. It could make people unable to find the direction after turning around. The person who set up the array was also extremely clever. A Jedon Grandmaster used a maze array to deal with Yang Chen at the first level, which was already a great honor. Unfortunately, everyone, including Cheng Wenkai, made the same mistake as last time. That was, the first impression was the strongest, thinking that their own method could restrain Yang Chen in the array. Perhaps if it was someone else, this maze array would be enough to make them crazy. But for Yang Chen, not to mention a Jedon Grandmaster, even an Ascended Master would not be able to play a maze array in front of him, almighty Immortal. Easily, Yang Chen did not even stop and directly walked out along the correct route of the maze array. Next, it turned into a killing array. All the arrays could be set up by these Jedon Grandmasters themselves. As long as they moved their minds, they could set up the array inside the Heaven's Stairway and trap Yang Chen. The only consequence of Yang Chen not being able to break the array or being killed by the array was that he would be immediately pushed out of the Heaven's Stairway. After all, this was only set up on the basis of the Heaven's Stairway illusory array. However, it was also because of this that Yang Chen could face it more easily. Any array that was set up on the basis of the illusion array, its essence was still an illusion array. This could not be changed. No matter what array they set up, it could not escape Yang Chen's eyes. The simplest way was for Yang Chen to ignore the illusion and forcibly walk out of the array. This was the fastest way, and both sides were the safest. But Yang Chen obviously did not want Cheng Wenkai and others to be able to retreat so easily. Yang Chen chose to use the most complicated method to break the array, that was, to use his own cultivation to forcibly break the array. The 10 Jedon Grandmasters soon discovered that no matter how they set it up, Yang Chen could always use the most powerful method to break the array and rush out. The killing array that they carefully set up, not to mention hurting Yang Chen, could not even stop his figure. Fortunately, the array that was set up by a single person was only broken with a small spiritual power shock, and had almost no effect on the Jedon Grandmasters. The array that they set up was so easily broken, even the clay Bodhisattva was a little more angry. However, no matter how the 10 Jedon Grandmasters took turns to take out their own proud works, they could not make Yang Chen stop. Yang Chen was very happy at the moment Cheng Wenkai and others actually set up the 5 elements array to deal with him. Whether it was a single attribute or a double attribute, or even all 5 elements, yin and yang, for Yang Chen, the 5 elements array was simply a tonic given to him. Under the targeted operation of the yin-yang 5 elements secret art, no matter what array it was, he could easily crack it. Perhaps outside, Yang Chen would be injured or even die because of the lack of spiritual power. But in the illusion, there was no need to worry about such injuries. After the 10 Jedon Grandmasters took turns several times, Yang Chen not only did not stop, but also climbed to the 30th floor of the Heaven's Stairway. Chapter 92. They couldn't let Yang Chen slap their faces so blatantly. The 10 Jedon Stage Masters, headed by Cheng Wenkai, finally began to join forces. The formation of 10 people was naturally extraordinary, and Yang Chen's speed suddenly slowed down. The pressure doubled, and Yang Chen immediately felt the abnormality. The 10 people joined hands to display the formation, which was different from the separate arrangement. Relying on the yin-yang 5 elements secret art alone could not solve it. In the face of this situation, Yang Chen chose another method. That was to break the formation with the formation. The other party set up a formation, and Yang Chen also set up his own formation, to see who could break the other's formation. Under the equal strength of the formation, Yang Chen would not directly feel the suppression of the spiritual power and spiritual awareness, but it was much easier. In the illusion, Yang Chen's formation also needed to be imagined. However, Yang Chen was one person. When he started to break the formation, one of the 10 Jian stage masters was also trapped by Yang Chen's formation. The two sides saw who could break the other's formation first. Cheng Wen-kai and the other 9 Jian stage masters were doomed to tragedy. Although Yang Chen was not an array cultivator in his previous life, he was also a great principal golden immortal. After ascending to the spiritual world and the immortal world, he learned a lot of powerful formations. Any one of them could not be recognized by the knowledge of a mere Jindan stage grandmaster, even if he had never seen it, let alone breaking the formation in a short time. But Yang Chen was different. When he didn't have to face the pressure of 10 Jian stage masters at the same time, breaking the formation was really a piece of cake for him. Every time he walked out of the broken formation, the other party was still in his formation, unable to find a way out. After breaking the formation, Yang Chen immediately felt the familiar taste of spiritual power entering the body. The other party's 10 Jian stage masters joined forces to set up the formation. The spiritual power released by them was all transferred to Yang Chen's body because he broke the formation. The control center of the Heaven Stairway, the Jian stage master who had just been trapped by Yang Chen's formation, spat out a mouthful of blood. Since the formation was forced, he immediately suffered a backlash. The power of 10 Jian stage masters was enough to hurt him, but Yang Chen was still going up, and the Heaven Stairway formation could only continue. So, the second Jian stage master was involved in Yang Chen's formation. Next, Yang Chen broke the formation and absorbed the spiritual power, and the second Jian stage master vomited blood and was injured. The onlookers around the heaven ladder naturally couldn't see what was happening in the center, but Cheng Wen-kai was very clear. Watching the 10 Jian masters vomit blood one after another, but they couldn't stop, he finally tasted the pain of the previous 9 Jian masters. Unfortunately, Yang Chen was only at the 30th level of the heaven stage. There were still more than 60 levels to reach the top. If someone was watching from the center, they would definitely find an interesting phenomenon. Every time Yang Chen stepped on the Heaven Stairway outside, there would be a person vomiting blood in the center, one after another, which was very beautiful. When Yang Chen stepped on the 60th Heaven Stairway, the 10 Jian stage masters had each vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Their internal organs were injured, but they could only rely on elixirs to support themselves and could not stop. Once the Heaven Stairway formation was activated, unless the person in the formation withdrew or broke the formation, it could not be stopped. The 10 Jian stage masters struggled and complained in their hearts. From beginning to end, Yang Chen only used one formation and rotated it 3 times, but none of the Jian stage masters could always see the clues. Sadly, from the beginning, the 10 Jian stage masters had used 60 different formations, but none of them could stop Yang Chen. And Yang Chen only used a strange formation to make them fail 30 times. The 10 Jian stage masters didn't know how many times they scolded Yang Chen in their hearts. Use the magic weapon. Cheng Wen-kai's mind moved, and his divine sense passed to the other 9 grandmasters. At the same time, his mind directly imagined a legendary magic weapon and blasted it towards Yang Chen in the formation. Seeing a magic weapon flying in the sky, Yang Chen immediately figured out the intention of Cheng Wen-kai and the others. However, Cheng Wen-kai had only heard of the magic weapon after all, and even his imagination was not comprehensive. If it was an ordinary Qi refinement disciple, being bombarded by this magic weapon would directly knock him out of the Heaven Stairway. Unfortunately, the opponent was Yang Chen, and when Yang Chen was in the heavenly court, he had seen a real legendary magic weapon. Since it was just an imagination, who could have a more complete form and spirit than Yang Chen's imagination? With a wave of his hand, a genuine magic weapon smashed the magic weapon that Cheng Wen-kai imagined. Cheng Wen-kai's divine sense was shaken, and it took him a while to recover. And while he was confused, Yang Qin had already smashed the magic weapons released by the other 9 grandmasters in the illusion formation, and he himself had once again set foot on the 10th level of the heaven stage. The shock of his divine sense made Cheng Wen-kai immediately realize his mistake. After all, the things he imagined were just imagination, and were completely different from the magic weapons he cultivated. After realizing that Yang Chen's imagination might be more powerful than his, he immediately informed the others to use their magic weapons to create illusions in the illusion formation. This time, Cheng Wen-sai's gamble was right. He could freely control his magic weapon, and it was many times more powerful than the legendary items he imagined. Even because in the illusion formation, he could exert the strength of the nascent soul stage to stop Yang Chen. Suddenly, the pressure doubled, and Yang Chen's footsteps stopped directly. In the face of the magic weapon attack of 10 gold core masters, Yang Chen had to do his best to release the dome of the medicine garden in the array. Yang Chen's divine sense was now at the peak of the foundation stage. As long as he broke through one step, he could enter the level of the gold core stage. It was not a big problem to use the 7 steps enchanted killing array in the illusion formation. As soon as the array was out, the 10 gold core masters immediately felt that something was wrong. Their bodies had just moved, and 49 flying swords attacked fiercely. The powerful array that could even solve the nascent soul stage directly turned the 10 gold core masters into pieces. Of course, this was in the illusion. The 10 grandmasters, including Cheng Wen-kai, directly spurted out blood from their mouths, and after several mouthfuls, they almost couldn't stop. At the same time, their own magic weapon and themselves were all smashed into pieces. At the same time, their divine sense was shaken and they were in a trance. They could no longer support themselves and directly fainted. The array of the heaven stairway suddenly lost the control of the 10 gold core masters. But it did not stop, but continued to absorb their spiritual power, and according to the power of the illusion itself, it began to attack Yang Chen. The remaining 20 levels of the heaven stairway were the most authentic heaven stairway. For Yang Chen, this was no longer difficult, and soon he stood at the top of the heaven stairway again. Boom! The crowd was in an uproar again. Reaching the top twice, there was no need for people to say anything more. The right and wrong had their own hearts. And the surrounding audience also cheered because they could witness the miracle of reaching the top of the heaven stairway. Yang Chen stood at the top of the heaven stairway and seemed to have some insight, and everyone was not surprised. But Cheng Wen-kai, who presided over the array, did not react for so long, and someone immediately went to investigate. The scene in the control center made more than a dozen masters of various sects who arrived at the same time, all shocked and opened their mouths wide. Chapter 93. In the center of the heaven stairway array, the figures of the 10 Jiran stage masters who entered could not be seen at all. There were only 10 white-haired old men with blood all over their chests. It was like a secret room that had been slaughtered. 10 people, all fainted on the ground, unconscious, and their breathing sounded extremely weak, as if they were about to die. Everyone was shocked and did not dare to neglect. They hurriedly carried out the 10 Jiran stage masters who had become like this. Then, the elixirs of their respective sects were stuffed into the mouths of the masters, as if they were free. Immediately, someone began to inject spiritual power behind them to help these masters dissolve the medicine and at the same time replenish their body functions. Looking at this scene, Cheng Wen-kai and the other 10 masters seemed to have fallen quite seriously. A few people who were helping them from behind had already noticed that the meridians of the injured in front of them were almost severed. All the spiritual power in their bodies had been drained, and even their life essence had been extracted. This was why they were aging so quickly. Even if they were cured, not to mention the Jiran stage, it was already a blessing to be able to maintain the level of the middle stage of the foundation stage. After a rush, the 10 dying Jiran stage masters were finally rescued. At this time, someone remembered to settle accounts with Yang Chen on the top of the heaven stairway. All 10 Jiran stage masters were like this. and it was definitely related to Yangchen. Fellow Taoists, what's going on? Su Qingxin stood directly in front of the 10 Jidan stage masters, led by Cheng Wenkai, and asked slowly in the same tone that Cheng Wenkai had when he first suspected Yangchen. Even if Su Qingxin was not good, he was still a Jidan stage master. If many people wanted to touch Yangchen, they would have to go through Su Qingxin in any case. However, Su Qingxin did not give them a chance. Instead, he asked gloatingly, "Could it be that you have violated the commandment of the Heaven's Stairway Array?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Only then did they realize that there was indeed a strange rule after the Heaven's Stairway's formation was discovered. It was said that the consequences of violating it were extremely serious. That commandment was that the Jidan Realm Master who presided over the formation was never allowed to take the initiative to use the formation of the Heaven's Stairway to attack the people on the Heaven's Stairway. Otherwise, not only would it cause a spiritual power backlash, but it was also very likely that the realm would fall and even a serious loss of life. The appearance of these 10 Jidan stage masters in front of him, wasn't it the situation of their realm falling and losing their lifespan? You can't blame everyone. Even I, an old man who has been in charge of the Heaven's Stairway for more than 10 years, just remembered that there is such a commandment in the Heaven's Stairway. Su Qingxin had indeed just thought of it. This also made him immediately understand why the 9 guys who were with him had their cultivation levels drop. So that was why. But the meaning shown in his tone made Cheng Wenkai and others want to cry but have no tears. In theory, this commandment is not hidden from anyone, so you should not forget it. It seems that it is not the disciples of my Chunying Palace who are cheating, but a group of seniors who claim to be Jidan stage masters who presided over the formation violated the rules and jointly dealt with a disciple at the 2nd level of the Qi refining stage. Su Qingxin shook his head like a rattle, and his mouth made a sound. They are really promising. I have finally opened my eyes. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such shameless people. 10 Jidan stage masters, plus the 9 in front, 19 Jidan stage masters, jointly dealt with a disciple at the 2nd level of the Qi refining stage of my Chunyang Palace. Your masters are really, really honored. Glorious. For a while, Su Qingxin couldn't find any appropriate words, so he directly used such an inappropriate word. It was no wonder that Su Qingxin was so cynical. When Yang Qin reached the top for the first time, Su Qingxin was also affected at the same time and was recovering. He had just recovered some spiritual power when Cheng Wenkai and others had already arrived and began to question Yang Qin's fraud. At that time, the other party used this kind of sarcastic tone to bully Su Qingxin for not having evidence, forcing him to make the great oath of the Sky Demon, and even let Yang Qin go up the Heaven's Stairway again to prove his innocence. Now that they finally found the truth of the matter and had the reason, how could they not return the insult they had suffered at that time? Cheng Wenkai and others were ashamed and resentful, and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Although there was this commandment who took it seriously. If there were really 1 or 2 Jidan stage masters who secretly played a little trick, the tormented disciple would immediately be attacked and fall out of the Heaven's Stairway, and the Jidan stage masters would be safe and sound. This kind of thing happened many times, who would care about the commandment that almost never happened. But on Yang Chen's side, this time the commandment actually came true one after another. The first batch of 9 Jidan stage masters only fell a small realm, and they were seriously injured, but they still maintained the Jidan stage. But the second batch, led by Cheng Wenkai, suffered heavy losses. Not only were they seriously injured, but they also directly fell a realm, falling to the foundation stage, and they didn't know how much of their lifespan was lost. It was still uncertain whether they could return to the Jidan stage in their lifetime. This time they really tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice. In order to embarrass a second-layer disciple, they paid the price of 10 Jidan stage masters. It was already the best ending to describe that the gains did not make up for the losses. In addition to these losses on the surface, the sects of the Jidan stage masters who participated in this matter would also suffer damage to their reputation. This was no longer something that could be made up for in a day and night. Even if these people returned to their sects, it was estimated that they would be severely punished by their sections. Among the 2 batches of Jedon stage masters who presided over the battle, only Su Qingxin strictly abided by the commandment, so he was spared. It was just a simple loss of spiritual power that took 3 to 5 days to recover. When encountering a little good medicine, there was no problem at all. The sharp contrast even more set off the embarrassment of those Jedon stage masters. This time, Taishinmen suffered the most, directly losing 3 Jedon stage masters. Even if it was the largest sect, losing 3 Jedon stage masters in one day was also a huge loss that could not be borne. But now, no matter how big the loss was, there was no place to reason, and they even had to apologize to the outside world. Not to mention these, Cheng Wenkai had promised the benefits in order to persuade the 7 masters of other sects to help, but he had to fulfill them one by one, and even double the compensation. At the thought of this, Cheng Wenkai could no longer maintain a state of sobriety. His eyes turned over, and he fainted again. I, the disciple of Chunyang Palace, Yang Qin, climbed the heaven ladder for the 2nd time. Su Qingxin didn't care about these guys who had brought this upon themselves. He directly asked everyone present, "Is there anyone else who has doubts? Please step forward and speak." Chapter 94. Among the cultivators, which one was a fool? Did he want to offend the Chunying Palace by standing up in this situation? Or did he want to ridicule the group of doubting sects, led by Taishinmen? Even if some people thought so in their hearts, no one would say so. Yang Qin climbed to the top twice under attack, which was not the real level of the heaven stairway. This thought flashed in someone's mind, and he immediately suppressed it. In this case, he could still climb to the top, and under normal circumstances, there should be no problem. After Su Qingxin asked 3 times in a row, and no one had any objections, he proudly announced that the disciple of Chunyang Palace, Yang Qin, climbed to the top of the heaven stairway, and no one had any objections. Fellow Taoist Cheng, remember that when we said that the disciples of Chunyang Palace cheated, fellow Taoist Cheng's evaluation was that they should be killed. Su Qingxin looked at Cheng Wenkai, who was rescued and woke up, and once again stepped heavily on him. The disciples of Chunyang Palace cheated and should be killed. I don't know how the Jedon masters of Taishinmen cheated and how to deal with it. I think maybe the Taishinmen should also go back and clean up the sect. After saying these words to vent his anger, Su Qingxin no longer paid attention to these people. In a flash, he appeared at the top of the heaven stairway and stood directly opposite Yang Qin. On the floating mountain, the most dazzling person at the moment was Yang Qin. He was a disciple at the 2nd level of qi refining. It was already an unprecedented feat for him to climb to the top of the heaven stairway. In addition, he alone was equivalent to defeating 19 Jedon masters. In terms of battle results, it was also unprecedented. At this moment, Yang Qin had slowly opened his eyes. This time he did not absorb too much spiritual power, especially the last dozens of levels of the heaven stairway. It was purely the flow of the heaven stairway itself, which was of no help to his cultivation. The heaven stairway had always been the most effective for the first time. But even so, the spiritual power of 10 Jedon stage masters still made the spiritual power in Yang Qin's body more powerful. At least this time, it could save Yang Qin a few months of hard work. Not only did he gain some benefits, but he also taught a lesson to the guy who was trying to harm him. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Yang Qin was really happy. Although Yang Qin had obtained a complete victory, every step he took was filled with trepidation. This was especially true for the first time. As long as Yang Qin showed the slightest bit of hesitation, all his previous efforts would be wasted, and his future would be bleak. The danger was no less than a life and death battle. In the 2nd round, Yang Qin was facing the possibility of winning or losing at any time. Even Gong Sunling, who was watching from the side, was worried for Yang Qin. The most outstanding person was Yang Qin, and the most outstanding sect was naturally Chunying Palace. 2 disciples, one reached the top of the heaven stairway, and the other reached the 62nd level of the heaven stage. Any one of them was a genius disciple that other sects would fight for. This kind of genius, in the past, if there was one in 100 years, it would already be a blessing to the ancestors, but there were 2 in Chunying Palace at once. The prosperity of luck made people salivate. A farce planned by the Taishimincheng, Wenkai, finally came to an end in this way. At this point, this year's floating mountain gathering could be regarded as a successful end. Chunying Palace returned with a full load, and those who participated in the gathering to watch the fun were not without gains. For the heaven stairway, no matter how many levels of the heaven stage they climbed, there were more or less benefits. As for those who were watching the show, they had also seen a splendid show, and all of them exclaimed in satisfaction. When the news came back to Chunying Palace, it caused a sensation. For almost hundreds of years, Chunying Palace had not had a genius disciple. This year, among the outer sect disciples, there were 2. How could the palace master of Chunying Palace not be overjoyed when he thought that Yang Qin had also developed the qi-seeking pill, which could increase the number of outer sect disciples and shorten the time to become an outer sect disciple? The palace master was glad. When Yang Qin entered the sect, because of his identity as an executioner, he was also criticized by some people inside the sect. Now that he thought about it, it was really thrilling. If Yang Qin had been rejected at that time, how could there be the glory of Chunying Palace now? And how could there be the hope of revitalizing the sect in the future? Reward, a big reward. While the palace master was happy, he did not wait for Yang Qin and the others to return to 9 Earth Mountain Villa and had already promised rewards. When Gong Sunling and Yang Qin reach the peak of qi refining, give them as many foundation establishment pills as they need until they reach the foundation establishment stage. In addition, as long as they reach the foundation establishment stage, immediately refine 2 magic weapons, flying sword, according to their respective attributes, and let them choose the location of Meiqing Mountain to build a cave residence. After promising these benefits, the palace master suddenly realized that these were only future rewards, but not now. For a moment, he could not think of anything that could directly help the 2. After thinking for a while, he added, Gong Sunling, remember 2,000 sect contribution points, and Yang Qin, remember 3,000. In the future, in 9 Earth Mountain Villa, the Sutra Depository will be open to them for free. If they have any questions, teach them carefully. The rewards were written down one by one, waiting for the 2 to return. Finally, the palace master seemed to remember something and immediately said, In this year's sect competition between the outer sect disciples, I will personally attend and see how outstanding these 2 genius disciples are. In the end, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were only outer sect disciples, so they were not worthy of the palace master personally going out to reward them. However, this time, the rewards were already unprecedented, especially the foundation establishment pills. They would be given as many as they needed, which already guaranteed that they would definitely succeed in reaching the foundation establishment stage. Everyone in Chunying Palace was in a jubilant mood, but only Chu Heng and Sun Haijing felt uncomfortable. Sun Haijing, in particular, had agreed to a life and death challenge with Yang Chen. He didn't dare believe anything else, but Yang Chen killing Han Jianda, who was in the 6th layer of qi refining, was an indisputable fact in front of everyone's eyes, and he was only in the 4th layer of qi refining right now. Basically, once the time was up, he would die. Master, save me. The more Sun Haijing thought about it, the more scared he became. With a thud, he knelt in front of Chu Heng. Now the only chance was for Chu Heng to take action. There was no other way out. Sun Haijing didn't have the courage to betray Chunying Palace, but he didn't have the confidence to face Yang Qin now. There is less than half a year. Even if you have a good practitioner weapon, you are no match for him. At this moment, Chu Heng and Sun Haijing were grasshoppers on the same rope. It would be very troublesome to kill him, so he could only stabilize Sun Haijing, unless Chu Heng's hesitation let Sun Haijing see a glimmer of hope for survival. He hurriedly kowtowed and begged, "Master, please save me." There is a very overbearing cultivation method that can speed up in a short time. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Heng slowly said, "It can let you rush to the peak of qi refining in a short time. However, this cultivation method is too overbearing, and it is very difficult to reach the foundation establishment stage. The chance is slim. Are you willing to practice it?" "Yes, yes." For Sun Haijing, between certain death in half a year and being able to reach the peak of qi refining in half a year, although the chance of reaching the foundation establishment stage was slim, he could live for 200 or 300 years. Between these two choices, Sun Haijing didn't even need to think about it to know which one to choose. In that case, go to the Sutras Depository on the Cultivation Method shelf and take a look at the jade slip in the middle of the 4th line of the last row. Chu Heng let out a long breath and pointed to Sun Haijing. Chapter 95. Because of Yang Chen's matter, the floating mountain assembly was delayed by almost 5 days. On the last day, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling came together to the floating market square. This assembly was held once a year, so the market square here was also held once a year. After the assembly, it would disperse. If they didn't see what good things there were today, then they could only wait until next year. When the two appeared on the street, the surrounding people all looked at them with an envious gaze. This year's 1st and 2nd place on the celestial stairway, their future prospects were limitless, so naturally there would be people coming to make good karma with them. Yang Qin accompanied Gong Sunling. Gong Sunling wanted to find some special array materials, and she also knew that Yang Chen had memorized the entire scripture depository pavilion, so she pulled him along to give advice. Along the way, there were all kinds of talisman papers, talismans, talisman tools, talisman treasures, all kinds of grades, and all of them were suitable for the use of each sect's qi refining disciples. The floating mountain assembly was originally for the qi refining disciples, so these things were also aimed at the qi refining disciples. Of course, there were all kinds of raw materials, but relatively speaking, they were also slightly lower grade. Occasionally, there were a few things like the profound yang fruit that could be used to refine building foundation dan, but all of them were marked with extremely high prices, which made people feel intimidated. However, the more such a stall, the more people in the 9th layer of qi refining and even the peak of qi refining were bargaining. Regarding these, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were all not interested. There were just some things that the two of them didn't need. After walking a few steps, they found a stall selling array materials. Yang Chen glanced over and saw 2 good grades. The stall owner didn't seem to care. The marked price was not high, so he quietly extended his finger to Gong Sunling. Somehow, Gong Sunling had a lot of trust in Yang Chen's vision. Perhaps it was because before they went to the celestial stairway, Yang Chen repeatedly told Gong Sunling a few words. Without batting an eyelid, he walked forward, pointed at some of the cheaper materials, and began to slowly haggle. Yang Chen secretly nodded in his heart. It was a test of his eyesight and negotiation skills when he encountered something good. He and Gong Sunling were both public figures now. Those stall owners might demand an exorbitant price. Gong Sunling's actions could also reduce some losses. While waiting, Yang Chen casually looked at the stalls around him. When he passed by one of the stalls, Yang Chen's gaze was suddenly attracted by something on the stall. It was a green fruit the size of a fist, and it looked like a pomegranate. Although it was green, it was already mature. Yang Chen knew that under the cyan skin, there were seeds. The entire fruit was bright and dazzling. With just a glance, one couldn't help but focus their attention on this fruit. Thunder pomegranate. Yang Chen's body was stunned. He really didn't expect to see such a good thing in this temporary market in the air. Thunder pomegranate was definitely a good thing. This kind of pomegranate could absorb thunder to grow, and it could only absorb thunder to grow. In ordinary places, it could not survive at all. The mature fruit could be refined into a thunder-absorbing ball. This kind of thunder-absorbing ball when carried on the body, could actively absorb the thunder around the human body. Ordinary thunder pomegranate may only be able to absorb a little, but the thunder-absorbing ball refined from the older thunder pomegranate could even help the cultivator absorb the thunder clouds in the thunder tribulation. Although it couldn't completely absorb the thunder tribulation, it could absorb a large part, which could definitely make it easier for people to pass the thunder tribulation. If the Jedon stage master wanted to enter the Yuanying stage, in addition to feeling the heaven and earth, they would begin to usher in the first of the 3 disasters, the thunder tribulation. With the help of the thunder pomegranate, it would definitely be much easier. Unfortunately, the mature thunder pomegranate could only be found by chance, and the older ones were even more scarce. Naturally, it was a good thing that countless cultivators wanted to snatch. Yang Chen's cry attracted the attention of Gong Sunling. She turned back and quickly found the thunder pomegranate. She took a closer look and couldn't help but frown. "Junior brother, this thunder pomegranate has grown too old, and there is no medicinal effect." Gong Sunling was afraid that Yang Chen couldn't see the problem, and hurriedly reminded him, "Don't look at the big fruit, there are seeds inside. This is the only seed fruit that each pomegranate tree will bear every year. Don't be fooled." Gong Sunling's kindness, of course. Yang Chen nodded and accepted it. Of course. He could see that this was a seed fruit of the thunder pomegranate. Yang Chen didn't have any extravagant hopes for a mature thunder pomegranate. Instead, this seed fruit gave him a great opportunity. In his previous life, about 2,000 years later, the method of planting the thunder pomegranate would be discovered by a peerless genius. Since then, the thunder pomegranate was no longer a particularly rare item. Although that method was secretive, after ascending to the immortal world, Yang Chen still got this planting method by chance. This fruit was just right for him to try that method. "Thank you, senior sister, for reminding me," Yang Chen said, but he still went forward and asked the stall owner, "How many spirit stones does this thunder pomegranate seed cost?" Originally, when the stall owner saw that Yang Chen was attracted by the thunder pomegranate, he thought that he could make a lot of money, but Gong Sunling's reminder made him disappointed. However, he also blamed Gong Sunling. She was his senior sister and junior brother, so it was only right to remind her. Seeing Yang Chen come up to ask the price, the stall owner put away his speculative thoughts and said with a smile, "Since Dao friend Yang wants it, I won't ask for more. 100 genes of low-grade spirit stones, any?" Although the seeds of the thunder pomegranate were available every year, it was not easy to get. The stall owner got it by chance and had never sold it. When Yang Chen asked the price, he did not ask for an exorbitant price, but directly gave a real price. Hiss! Gong Sunling next to him sucked in a breath of cold air. In all fairness, this 100 genes of spirit stones was not expensive, but 100 genes of low-grade spirit stones. Even if it was exchanged with the contribution points of the sect, it would still cost 1,000 points. Now Gong Sunling could not take out 100 genes of spirit stones. Just as she was about to come forward and bargain with the stall owner, Yang Chen next to her directly said, "Okay, deal." When he opened his mouth, the stall owner was overjoyed, but Gong Sunling was shocked and blurted out, "Where did you get 100 genes of spirit stones?" "After killing so many people, I can always get it together," Yang Chen casually said, and Gong Sunling immediately understood that it was from the killers killed by Yang Chen. But she was still very curious. "What do you want to buy this thunder pomegranate seed for?" "Senior sister, if I say that I want to use this seed to try to see if I can find a way to plant the thunder pomegranate, would senior sister believe it or not?" Yang Chen asked with a smile. "I believe it." What surprised Yang Chen was that Gong Sunling nodded without hesitation. Chapter 96. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Gong Sunling's words fell, she heard a burst of crazy laughter around her, including the stall owner who had just closed the deal. They all made similar laughter. This is the thunder pomegranate seed that Taoist Yang wants. After the stall owner finished laughing, he realized that something was wrong. The business was not finished yet. How could he laugh at the customer? He hurriedly stuffed the thunder pomegranate into Yang Chen's hand, and then waited for Yang Chen to pay the spirit stones. Yang Chen did not mean to go back on his word. He directly threw out a piece of spirit stone from his chinkuan bag. After the two sides settled the transaction, the thunder pomegranate seed became Yang Chen's personal item. After climbing the heaven stairway, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling of Chunying Palace had long been the target of public criticism. It was not known how many people were staring at their words and deeds. The dialogue between Yang Chen and Gong Sunling just now was heard by the people around them. They had seen people who overestimate themselves, but they had never seen a guy like Yang Chen who overestimated himself. It was not known how many Yuanying stage cultivators had studied the planting method of thunder pomegranate, and in the end, all of them failed one by one. Among them, there was no lack of masters in the peak Yuanying stage, only one step away from entering the Deshang stage. Even these people were helpless, let alone Yang Chen, a disciple in the second layer of the Qi refining stage. Even if Yang Chen immediately became a Jedan stage master, everyone would definitely laugh at him if he dared to say this. What a big tone. Daoist Gong Sun, Daoist Yang's cultivation time is short, and he doesn't know a lot of things, but Daoist Gong Sun, you shouldn't. Immediately, someone began to pretend to be sincere. Daoist Yang's joke. Daoist Gong Sun actually believed it. So simply, it really is a master's affection. This person's words immediately caused another round of laughter. If you can also climb the heaven stairway, if you say the same thing, I will believe it. Gong Suanling's face sank, and she said directly. All of a sudden, all the laughter was stuck in their throats. Some of them even started coughing because they were holding it in too quickly. Gong Suanling's words seemed to make these people suddenly lose a lot of fun to ridicule. Everyone seemed to start thinking again. Since Yang Chen could climb to the top of the heaven ladder that many predecessors couldn't do, then who could conclude that he couldn't find the cultivation method of the thunder pomegranate? However, the shock only lasted for a moment. Very soon, the wild laughter covered up everything. Was there a lack of geniuses in this world? But he had never seen anyone who could successfully grow the thunder pomegranate. Although Yang Chen's ascension to the top of the celestial stairway was enviable, it also attracted the hatred and jealousy of many people. Now that there was such an opportunity, it would be strange if people did not seize the opportunity to suppress Yang Chen. In a short while, Yang Chen's words had spread throughout the market and even reached the ears of several Jedan stage masters. Immediately, someone commented, "Humph, you overestimate yourself. This little madman's tone is not small." The one who spoke was a Jedan stage master of the Taishaman who was seriously injured because of Yang Chen, but he was now in the middle stage of foundation establishment. He had just woken up to heal his injuries. When he heard the news, he couldn't help but speak. "That's good." Chang Wen-kai next to him didn't seem to have much sarcasm for Yang Chen's words. Instead, he said something nice, which made his two fellow apprentices very puzzled. "Don't look at me like this." Chang Wen-kai sneered. "Since he likes to study and grow the thunder pomegranate, then spread the news. Just say that Chunyang Palace has boasted that his disciple Yang Chen can successfully study the method of growing the thunder pomegranate within 200 years. We must let all the sects know and let Chunyang Palace be unable to defend themselves." "What does senior brother mean?" Another fellow apprentice next to him, whose Jedan stage had fallen to the foundation establishment stage, asked. "He is a disciple of Chunyang Palace. Isn't he a genius among geniuses?" Chang Wen-kai sneered again. "I just want to know, such a peerless genius, studying something that countless Yuanying stage masters can't study for 200 years. How much of a genius will he be after 200 years? The two Jedan stage masters who had fallen heard Chang Wen-sai's words, and their eyes suddenly lit up. They immediately began to summon the disciples of Taishamin and whispered in their ears. The disciples who came in were puzzled, but the more they listened, the more they nodded, and quickly ran out and began to do it. Before Yang Qin and Gong Sunling finished buying what Gong Sunling needed, the rumors had spread throughout the floating mountain, and even countless communication talismans had flown out of the floating mountain. When Su Qingxin received the news and wanted to refute the rumors, it was already too late. Su Qingxin could easily guess the truth of the facts. The two outer sect disciples bought things and wanted to try it. It was originally a joke, but it was used by people with intentions. They vowed that this was the arrangement of Chunyang Palace, so that after becoming famous on the Heaven Stairway, they could once again open the eyes of Yang Qin and Gong Sunling. In fact, Chunyang Palace had long known the cultivation method of thunder pomegranate, but it was a secret. It was reasonable, and people could not help but believe it. Reckless. At this point, Su Qingxin had no choice but to quickly inform the palace master to make a decision. On the contrary, Yang Chen was not affected at all. He leisurely accompanied Gong Sunling to buy what she needed, and then after walking around, he spent all the spirit stones on him to buy a medicine garden space. This medicine garden space was similar to the medicine garden of Shenyang Mountain, but the grade was much worse, and it could barely open up a planting space. But even so, it was a quasi-magic weapon level thing. However, the seller seemed to intend to help Yang Qin. Even if Yang Qin did not have enough spirit stones, he still accepted all the spirit stones and gave the medicine garden space to Yang Qin. With the fact that Yang Qin bought the medicine garden space, all of this had been completely determined. Even if Chunyang Palace wanted to refute, they had to come up with a reason. How could a disciple at the second level of qi refining have hundreds of kilograms of low-grade spirit stones on him? If this was not the support of the sect, then what was it? Of course, Yang Chen buying this medicine garden space was definitely a cover-up. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to explain what he got from the medicine garden of Shenyang Mountain in the future. Along the way to the marketplace, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling did not take it seriously. When they returned to Qianqiu Pavilion, they saw Su Qingxin with a worried face. Your performance on the Heaven Stairway is excellent, and now you are the target of public criticism. Be careful with your words and actions. Whatever you say may be used by people with ulterior motives. After Su Qingxin told Yang Qin and Gong Sunling about the matter, he could not help but shake his head. As for how to deal with it, wait until we return to Chunyang Palace. The palace master will decide. Yes, both of them bowed and answered. Alas, Su Qingxin sighed again. Yang Qin, especially you must be careful in the future. When you go back this time, I will punish you to do closed-door training for 3 months. Concentrate on your cultivation, and come out during the sect competition. This time, I will report to the palace master. We, Chunyang Palace, will take responsibility for this matter. Chapter 97. The reason why Yang Chen was still willing to enter Chunyang Palace after his rebirth, in addition to the reason of his master, was that Chunyang Palace was willing to protect its disciples. In the previous life, when Yang Chen had an accident, the 4 Yuanying stage cultivators of Taishimen directly went to the door. Except for the Bright Moon Palace, which had long surrendered to the Taishimen and left Chunyang Palace, the entire Chunyang Palace was destroyed in order to protect their disciples who did not make mistakes. Now it was also because of Yang Qin. After Su Qingxin understood the rights and wrongs, he directly gave Yang Qin a sentence. This matter, Chunyang Palace will take responsibility. Even if Su Qingxin punished him to retreat because of this matter, it could also be regarded as a means of protection. This sentence made Yang Qin suddenly feel a burst of warmth in his heart. Moved, Yang Qin did not forget to ask Su Qingxin, Grandmaster, where did the rumor come from? It's a few rogue cultivators who have left the floating mountain. I don't know where they went. Su Qingxin knew why Yang Qin asked this and shook his head. No matter who wants to deal with you, they will not let anyone catch them. You climbed to the top of the Heaven Stairway and offended too many people. You abolished 19 Jedon stage masters, and there are too many people who are hostile to you. You don't have to think too much. Go back and honestly retreat. This matter, the sect will solve it. Yes, Grandmaster. Yang Qin also knew that it was impossible to have any ready-made evidence. Even Chu Heng, who was in the Foundation establishment stage, wanted to deal with him, and he had no evidence, let alone offending so many Jedon stage masters and sections. For the time being, this matter was still just a rumor so far, and there was no need for Yang Qin to do any special treatment. Because of this matter, Su Qingxin specially took Yang Qin and Gong Sunling back to Chunyang Palace. After all, they were two genius disciples. If they encountered an accident on the way back from the floating mountain gathering, it would be a great tragedy and joke. Gong Sunling had just reached the 6th stage of qi refining and could fly with her own strength. But the speed was not fast, and Yang Qin did not have the ability to fly at all. It was too slow to rush back, and there were too many variables on the way. A Jedon Grandmaster was indeed a Jedon Grandmaster. Su Qingxin directly enveloped the two of them with a treasure light, and they flew 100 miles away in an instant. This flying magic weapon was Su Qingxin's proud work. Seeing the envious light in Gong Sunling's eyes, Su Qingxin smiled and encouraged. Don't worry, with the talent of the two of you, after you reach the foundation stage, you will be able to refine a better magic weapon than mine. Gong Sunling nodded, but Yang Chen didn't say anything. Speaking of which, none of the magic weapons that he had that could not be used were worse than Su Qingxin's, so he didn't feel anything at all. Along the way, the journey that Yang Chen spent 6 months to reach was completed in less than a day by Su Qingxin with the two people. This time, Su Qingxin did not return to the 9 Earth Mountain Villa, but directly took the two to Chunyang Palace. Returning with them were message talismans from various places, as well as several inquiries from nearby sections. Their tone seemed to be blaming Chunyang Palace. In addition to Su Qingxin, there was also an acquaintance of Yang Qin, Zhu Qintao, the master of the medicinal hall, and the master of the Bright Moon Palace, Chu Heng's master, Liang Xiaoming, who was also a Jedon stage master. What surprised Yang Qin was that Chu Heng was also among them. Of course, there was also a disciple of the law enforcement hall, Du Qian, who was also an acquaintance of Yang Qin. Du Qian recommended Yang Qin to participate in the floating mountain gathering. Simply from the effect of the stairway to heaven, it did have a shocking effect. Speaking of which, Du Qian's recommendation was meritorious. However, since Du Qian was the recommendation and was also a disciple of the law enforcement hall, he naturally needed to come forward to deal with Yang Chen's matter this time. Chu Heng was there because he was a disciple who had taught martial arts for the past few years. He naturally needed to be informed when something happened to an outer sect disciple. Looking at Chu Heng's angry face, it was clear that he was in a very bad mood. Yang Qin, do you know your crime? The moment he saw Yang Qin, Chu Heng directly stood up and shouted at Yang Qin before the Jedon stage masters could speak. Looking at Chu Heng's appearance, it seemed that he could not wait to dispose of Yang Qin immediately. Yang Qin cast a sidelong glance at Chu Heng and did not say anything. He stepped forward and bowed to the Jedon stage masters with Gong Sunling. Even Chu Heng did not dare to say anything more when greeting the elders. He did not want these masters to think that answering his questions was more important than greeting the elders. Chu Heng was left to the side until Yang Qin and Gong Sunling finished greeting one by one. Then he turned to Chu Heng and greeted the martial uncle at the same time. With the elders present, Chu Heng could only accept the greeting according to the rules. Then he asked again, Yang Qin, do you know your crime? But this time the momentum was not as before, and his voice was just louder. I don't know. Compared with Chu Heng, Yang Qin was much more confident and shook his head directly. You still dare to quibble? Chu Heng was furious. In front of several Jedon stage masters, he did not dare to be too presumptuous. But this time, several people seemed to have a tacit understanding and did not speak. It seemed that they acquiesced to his behavior. Chu Heng also raised his voice and began to reprimand directly. I really don't know. Yang Chen looked at Chu Heng with an innocent expression and said slowly, Please enlighten me, Marshal Uncle Chu. Your nonsense on the floating mountain has spread to all the major sections. Chu Heng stared at Yang Chen and said slowly and clearly, Now all the major sects have informed my Chunying Palace, blaming us for concealing our fellow cultivators and greatly damaging the reputation of my Chunying Palace. Do you dare to say that you don't know? What did my Chunying Palace hide from other cultivators that it will damage our reputation? Yang Chen laughed instead and looked at Chu Heng's eyes with a hint of ridicule. I don't think you dare to admit it. Let me ask you, did you mention the planting method of thunder pomegranate? Chu Heng sneered and asked. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he wanted Yang Chen to admit his guilt. Now all the cultivators are pressuring the palace master to hand over the planting method. If it weren't for your nonsense, how could this have happened? I only said that I would try to see if I could find out the planting method of thunder pomegranate. Senior Sister Gong's son can testify to this. The smile on Yang Chen's face had never changed. The rest has nothing to do with me. Because of this, other cultivators certainly think that my Chunying Palace will keep the planting method of thunder pomegranate a secret in order to support your reputation. So they will put pressure on my Chunying Palace. Chu Heng snorted coldly and asked, You are just an outer disciple of the Qi refining stage. How dare you be so arrogant? Chapter 98. Master Chu. Yang Chen suddenly called Chu Heng very solemnly, which rule in our sect does not allow the outer sect disciples to study the planting method of the thunder pomegranate? Or is there a recognized clause in the cultivation world that forbids the outer sect disciples from studying the planting method of the thunder pomegranate? This, Yang Chen's question made Chu Heng speechless. Of course, there was no such thing in the sect rules, and there was no such saying in the cultivation world. But everyone was self-aware, and those with low cultivation base would definitely not touch it. Yang Chen did this, but it couldn't be said that he was wrong. However, Chu Heng quickly adjusted and asked loudly, But it has been spread among the same people, saying that you will be able to study the planting method of the thunder pomegranate within 200 years. What should our sect do? Didn't they say it was 200 years? Yang Chen suddenly smiled and looked at Chu Heng and said, If you want to find trouble, come back after 200 years. Now, our sect will not receive you. Hearing Yang Chen's sloppy answer, Du Qian, who had been sitting in the back, laughed and laughed. Yang Chen's answer was simply a rogue. Du Qian's laughter made Chu Heng angry. If they come back after 200 years and you haven't researched it, how can you explain it? If I haven't researched it, then I haven't researched it. I don't know how many masters of the Yuanying stage and Deshang stage have not researched it. I, a disciple of the Qi refining stage, have not researched it. It's not shameful. Yang Chen shook his head and laughed. Could it be that if you haven't researched it, you have committed a big crime and you have to be beheaded? But I remember that there is a predecessor of the Yuanying stage of the Taishaman and a predecessor of the Deshang stage of the Green Jade Immortal Island are still alive, and they have also studied the planting method of the thunder pomegranate. If you want to be beheaded, you should behead those two predecessors first. My words carry little weight, so I will be the last. The several Jiran stage seniors who had been sitting in the back, although they did not open their mouths, Chu Heng and Yang Chen's words were clearly heard by them. Yang Chen's answer seemed to have made everyone think of a solution to the problem. It was just that it was a bit shameless, but Yang Chen had already said that so many experts and mighty figures couldn't figure it out, so it was not shameful for a mere Qi refining stage disciple like him to have no results. Whoever dares to say that Yang Chen is shameful, that is definitely offending a large number of Yuanying and Deshang stage masters. But Chu Heng suddenly didn't know what to say. This was clearly a great opportunity to heavily punish Yang Chen, but Yang Chen made it sound as if nothing had happened. How could Chu Heng not be disappointed? However, before Chu Heng could finish a sentence, Yang Chen had already started to interrogate him. Besides, Martial Uncle Chu, do you want an explanation from Chunying Palace? Explain to whom? Did we promise them anything? In the latter sentence, Yang Chen's tone had become cold. Martial Uncle Chu, you don't side with Chunying Palace, but with other cultivators everywhere. What is the reason? As if he wanted to say it in one breath, Yang Chen did not wait for the crowd to interrupt, and then said, "What does Chunying Palace owe others? Or is it that Chunying Palace is born to be half a head lower than other cultivators? Why do we have to explain? To put it bluntly, even if I have figured it out, the disciples of Chunying Palace have neither killed their parents nor destroyed their sections. Why do we have to explain what we have researched? Martial Uncle Chu, you have to give us a reason." Yang Chen's words had made the faces of several Jindan stage Grand Masters serious, especially the last few sentences. It was precisely what was on everyone's mind. Our Chunying Palace does not owe anyone anything, and we are not lower than other sections. Why do we have to explain what we have researched to others? This. Chu Heng was speechless by Yang Chen's series of questions, and he didn't even know how to answer for a while. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and immediately thought of a high-sounding reason. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly said, "The planting method of thunder pomegranate is related to the thunder tribulation of Jindan stage. This is a matter for the benefit of all cultivators. At that time, other cultivators will use this reason to suppress us. What should our Chunying Palace do? So, if it is really researched, our Chunying Palace will have to make it public?" Yang Chen also had a smile on his face, but people with discerning eyes could see the anger in his smile at a glance. I remember that Taishamen have a formula of nascent soul pill, which is an exclusive collection and exclusive refining method. It can help Jindan stage Grand Masters form their nascent soul. This is also a matter for the benefit of all cultivators. Why don't you ask Martial Uncle Chu for advice from Taishamen? Instead, you want to betray the interests of our sect. Martial Uncle Chu, what benefits have you received from others that you want to betray your sect and deceive your ancestors? You are slandering me. Chu Heng had been questioned by Yang Chen and couldn't answer at all. He could only point to Yang Chen and say a few words before he could say a complete sentence. Deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors was a heinous crime. No matter how arrogant Chu Heng was, he did not dare to admit this crime. But Yang Chen didn't seem to want to let Chu Heng go. He took a step forward, facing Chu Heng's finger, and continued to ask, "Martial Uncle Chu, all the cultivation methods of our Chunying Palace are things that can benefit all cultivators. Shouldn't they be made public? I don't know which cultivator you are talking about. Martial Uncle Chu, you might as well tell us. We will ask him in front of the world if he thinks that our Chunying Palace should do things like this." Yang Chen took a step forward, but Chu Heng seemed to be forced by Yang Chen and took a step back. Yang Chen took another step forward, and Chu Heng took another step back, as if he didn't dare to face Yang Chen at all. As for Yang Chen's question, Chu Heng couldn't answer it. There seemed to be no other way but to retreat. However, after taking 2 steps back, Chu Heng's back was lightly pushed by someone. Du Qian's voice came from behind. "Senior brother Chu, just answer the question. Why do you have to keep retreating?" His voice was filled with undisguised joy at Chu Heng's misfortune. Chu Heng's body stiffened, and he was forced to stand where he was. Yang Chen no longer pressed him. He just stood where he was and said with a faint smile, "Fortunately, this is only in our Chunying Palace. If it is spread out, Martial Uncle Chu will be deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. This will be a disgrace to our Chunying Palace and damage our reputation. If it weren't in front of several Jindan stage masters, Chu Heng would have the thought of killing Yang Chen directly. But now he could only stand there awkwardly, unable to say anything. Until this moment, Bright Moon Temple Master Liang Xiaoming, who had been sitting in the back without speaking, coughed and said, "It's just a rumor. Why make a fuss? Chu Heng, you still need to sharpen your mind. After this year's competition, go out and practice. Yang Qin, you will follow Hall Master Su's punishment and practice in seclusion." As soon as he spoke, this matter was settled, and no one had any objection. After saying the punishment, Liang Xiaoming opened his mouth and said another thing. "Gong Sunling Yang Qin, this gathering on the floating mountain has brought glory to our sect, and the palace master has given rewards. You should guard against arrogance and rashness, practice hard, and don't let down the expectations of our Chunyang Palace." Chapter 99. Strictly speaking, Liang Xiaoming's punishment was fair. He did not add any crime to Yang Qin, nor did he increase any punishment. The request for closed-door training was proposed by Su Qingxin, so it was not Liang Xiaoming's fault. Although Chu Heng's punishment was a little biased, there was indeed a problem with Chu Heng's temperament. Everyone could see this. The best way to change the temperament was to go out and gain experience. There was nothing to investigate. The reward that should be given had been given, and the punishment that should be given had been given. There was no need to discuss this matter again. Yang Chen had said very clearly that the matter of Chunying Palace did not hinder anyone or hurt anyone, so there was no need to explain to anyone. Although Chunying Palace was only a second-rate sect, it was not a sect that could be trampled on. Before Yang Chen went into closed-door training, he was stopped and questioned by Zhu Qintao. "Do you want to try growing thunder pomegranate? Are you sure?" Zhu Qintao didn't have the confidence of Gong Sunling in Yang Qin. Instead, he was a little worried. "Why don't you cultivate in peace first? It's not too late to consider this kind of thing after you reach the foundation, establishment, and core formation stage." "Thank you, Grandmaster, for your concern." After Yang Qin thanked him, he still said with a smile, "I'm not sure. I just saw it and wanted to give it a try." Who would have thought that someone would be so bored to make things so big? Don't pay attention to what others say. Just focus on closed-door training. Zhu Qintao thought about it and said no more. "I also want to see your performance on the day of the major competition. Don't let me down." "Grandmaster, don't worry." After a simple exchange between Yang Chen and Zhu Qintao, he was directly taken away by Du Qian to the Forbidden Room in Chunyang Palace, where the disciples were punished for closed-door training. The Forbidden Room was a small suite inside and outside. There was a small opening on the outside door, through which water and food could be brought in from the outside. The door inside was controlled by the disciples in closed-door training. If necessary, it could not be opened. They could also come out to enjoy some food and water at any time. After all, although the fasting pill was good, it couldn't satisfy the glutton's cravings. Cultivators did not have to completely cut off their emotions. Otherwise, the Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court would not have lived a life of feasting and revelry every night, and countless immortals would never get tired of it. Since he was in seclusion, it was obviously convenient for him to cultivate. There was also a small spiritual vein exit in the Forbidden Room, which was connected to the spiritual vein of the entire Meiqing Mountain. There was a small straw cushion at the entrance of the spirit vein for secluded disciples to use. After Yang Qin entered the Forbidden Room, he immediately switched to the black jade praying mat. Going into seclusion at this time was exactly what Yang Qin wanted. Originally, he was worried that he would be discovered planting the thunder pomegranate in the medicine garden, but he didn't have to worry about this problem in the Forbidden Room, which gave Yang Qin enough time. After settling everything, Yang Qin first examined himself. The spiritual power in the body was already more than the third layer of the qi refining stage, and he believed that he would soon enter the realm of the fourth layer of the qi refining stage. Because of the 2 consecutive heavenly stairs, Yang Qin was directly promoted by a small realm, and it also saved Yang Qin at least a year's time. The growth of the spiritual awareness made Yang Qin happy. If he cultivated step by step, even if the 3 purities secret art was magical, it would take at least 10 years of hard work to promote from the middle stage of the foundation stage to the peak of the foundation stage. The will of the beheading immortal stage was only integrated by 30%, and had already allowed Yang Chen's spiritual awareness to directly enter the peak of the foundation stage. Although the realm of the spiritual power was still a lot worse, the 10 attributes of the yin and yang 5 elements secret art were not worse than the people of the 6th layer of the qi refining stage. The crazy improvement of the spiritual awareness also made up for the shortcomings of the lack of spiritual power. Now Yang Qin had the ability to use the magic weapon. This was not the kind of use of the magic weapon in his hand, but he could use the imperial sword technique to control the flying sword in the air. Compared with the previous fighting method, it had already been a qualitative improvement. The imperial sword attack and the flying sword attack, the attack power was simply the difference between the sky and the earth. Unfortunately, the lack of spiritual power was always a big problem. The imperial sword attack, Yang Qin also had the power of 2 attacks. After 2 attacks, the spiritual power would be almost consumed. For Yang Qin, it was a little regrettable and insufficient, but presumably the other disciples of the peak of the qi refining stage could still only use the talisman. Yang Qin was already in existence that made people gnash their teeth and envy. What made Yang Qin most surprised and happy was that he could really control the magic weapon, which meant that Yang Qin could start sacrificial refining the magic weapon. Before, whether it was the profound spirit furnace or the sword sheath, Yang Qin just barely put in the spiritual awareness mark. Strictly speaking, as long as there was a master of the foundation stage who had higher cultivation than Yang Qin, he could directly erase Yang Qin's spiritual awareness. The sacrificial refining was different. If he wanted to take the sacrificial refining magic weapon from the hands of others, at least the effort spent would not be less than the original owner. Unless the other party was dead and the spiritual awareness completely disappeared, it could be easily obtained. However, some high-grade magic weapons still needed special techniques and methods, such as the Xiangyang Mountain Medicine Garden and the sword sheath on Yang Qin's body. Every sect and every cultivator had their own unique cultivation method. Similarly, they would also have their own unique restrictions for refining magic treasures. If it was in his previous life, Yang Qin would definitely use the Great Sun, Scorching Sun cultivation method that he was good at in his previous life with the restriction techniques of the Chunyang Palace to sacrificial refining. But in this life, Yang Qin had a better choice. The Celestial Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art was the only God-level sacrificial refining secret art passed down from the 36 celestial spirits. Yang Qin couldn't wait to try the effect of this secret art. As the name suggests, since it was named Celestial Spirit, this Celestial Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art had only 36 layers in total. But each layer had 3 small levels in the upper, middle, and lower levels. Together, it was the number of Celestial Spirit and Earthly Spirit. And what made Yang Qin even more happy was that the Celestial Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art did not limit what kind of spiritual power could be used, nor did it limit how many kinds of spiritual power could be used. In this case, every time he used the spiritual power of the Yin-Yang 5 elements secret art and the Celestial Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art to sacrificial refining, the effect would be doubled. When he thought about it, Yang Qin directly took out the profound spirit furnace. The profound spirit furnace was still only the lowest level of magic weapon. Relatively speaking, it was easier to sacrificial refine, and it was easier for Yang Qin to get familiar with the Celestial Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art. Even if it was the first layer of the Celestial Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art, with the strength of Yang Qin, it still took at least 10 days to sacrificial refine the profound spirit furnace to the first layer. The Celestial Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art was indeed the sacrificial refining secret art of the heavenly court's righteous gods. It was only the first layer of low grade, but it had already reached the level of sacrificial refining after Yang Qin's foundation stage in his previous life. What made Yang Qin even more happy was that after this sacrificial refining, in addition to the upgrade of the profound spirit furnace, his Yin-Yang 5 elements secret art seemed to be more condensed. It seemed that this Celestial Spirit Treasure Refining Secret Art was not only the magic weapon, but also Yang Qin himself. Chapter 100. Holding the profound spirit furnace in both hands, the palm-sized cauldron body instantly became thick. With a slight thought, 2 flames immediately rushed into the furnace body from the 2 hands and flew up in the middle of the profound spirit furnace. This was Yang Chen's method of using the imperial tool, not simply the imperial fire. All the reactions of the profound spirit furnace made Yang Chen feel a sense of ease. Even under the control of his spiritual awareness, where there was a grain of dust in the profound spirit furnace, seemed to be able to know clearly. For the first time, he used the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art. Although it was only the first layer, Yang Chen had a deeper understanding of the sacrificial refining of the magic weapon. When he was on the Immortal Executioner stage, Yang Chen just remembered all of these firmly. It was not until he began to cultivate that he discovered the mystery of it one by one. This was just a heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art. When the spiritual power was sufficient and the cultivation base was sufficient, he could also use the Earth Fiend sacrificial formation secret art on these magic weapons. And then all the magic weapons could also be strengthened by the universe treasure raising secret art. Yang Chen could already imagine that when all these things were complete and he used the genuine Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art, how powerful his magic weapon would be. And the spiritual power of the Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art in Yang Chen's body also seemed to have some changes because of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art. In each attribute of spiritual power, there seems to be a combination of directional changes. Yang Chen has a feeling that because of the cultivation of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, every attribute of spiritual power in his body was divided into 36 tiny spiritual powers. These 36 tiny spiritual powers condensed together according to the position of the heavenly spirit, forming his own 10 kinds of Yin and Yang 5 elements spirit power, a total of 360. After this combination of spiritual power, it was more solid and more stable. At the same time, this also means that every time he makes a move, whether it is attack or defense or even alchemy refining, every time there will be a natural Yin and Yang 5 elements formation. Every spiritual power, there will be a heavenly spirit array. The array in the array, just this subtle change, made Yang Chen's attack and defense increase out of thin air. There were also some changes in his spiritual awareness. Originally, it was just a crazy strengthening, but now he began to feel the subtle changes in the elemental, spiritual energy in his body. That was how he could sense the heavenly dipper formation formed by the 36 strands of spirit energy. Yang Chen had a premonition that as long as the 360 threads of spiritual power grew stronger, the spiritual power in his body would also grow stronger. His increasingly sensitive divine sense even discovered that among the 36 strands of spiritual power, there was a strand that was relatively thicker than the other strands of spiritual power. After pondering a little, Yang Chen understood that it was because he had only cultivated to the first layer of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art. The current Big Dipper formation was far from being a complete Big Dipper formation. But just the first level made Yang Chen feel that under the same spiritual power situation, the attack power had increased by at least 30%. He really didn't know how powerful the Tiangang formation would be if it was complete. What also made people look forward to it was the Earth Fiend sacrificial formation secret art, which was almost the same as the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art. Would it allow his spiritual power to be divided again and gather the number of heavenly spirits and earthly fiends? Maybe when the time comes, it would be 10 Big Dipper and earthly fiend formations with a single blow, and it would make people crazy to think about it. The profound spirit furnace was an alchemy furnace. In the future, it would need a variety of Yin and Yang 5 elements attributes. Therefore, Yang Chen used the 10 attributes of Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art for sacrificial refining, which was only good and not bad. However, in the next sacrificial refining of the sword sheath, Yang Qin couldn't help but begin to be in a dilemma. Which one should be used to achieve the best effect? Before making a decision, Yang Qin had to consider what the main weapon he would use in the future was. After all, the sword sheath was just a sword sheath. No matter how high the grade was, it was just a sword sheath. If he wanted to fully exert the power of the sword sheath, he needed to supplement it with a powerful flying sword. And what kind of flying sword would he use in the future? This question Yang Qin had only a vague concept before and did not pay much attention to it, but now it was different. Facing the problem of determining the direction of development in the future, Yang Qin also needed to calm down and think about it carefully. Fortunately, this problem did not confuse Yang Qin for a long time. Since he has chosen the Great Yin and Yang 5-element secret art, he could only choose to use the Heaven and Earth Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art to refine the origin flying sword. Then, the sword sheath still needed to use the spiritual power of the Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art for sacrificial refining. The grade of the sword sheath was much higher than that of the profound spirit furnace at the moment, and Yang Qin's effort was also several times that of the profound spirit furnace. It took more than 2 months just to sacrificial refine the sword sheath. The first layer of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art was also becoming more and more proficient, and the sword sheath was becoming more and more sharp. In his hand, it still looked like an immortal beheading blade, but from time to time, it flashed with a burst of sharpness, making people see that it was a peerless, famous blade. It's just that, in the eyes of Yang Qin, he couldn't help but shake his head. A truly powerful magic treasure wouldn't show off its edge like this. This was something that could be seen from old Lord Taishang's item. What jade bottle, immortal binding rope, diamond chakram, banana fan, and so on, they all looked inconspicuous, but any one of them was also a rare good magic weapon in the heavens and the earth. The peerless famous weapons had been honed and baptized countless times before they could achieve the true brilliance and restraint. The magic weapon and people were actually the same. With Yang Qin's current understanding, it was because he was still showing off his sharpness, so the magic weapon would also reflect his cultivation state. Perhaps, after the major competition, Yang Qin should consider where to sharpen himself. Calculating the time, there were still a few days before he could go out. Yang Qin simply took out the jade bottle of the Xiangyang Mount Medicine Garden. Before, because Yang Qin's cultivation was low, he only left a spiritual awareness imprint. However, the grade of this medicine garden was higher than that of the sword sheath, and Yang Qin did not expect to succeed in sacrificial refining at this time. Taking out the medicine garden was just to be able to solve the thunder pomegranate matter as soon as possible. Planting the thunder pomegranate required extreme environments, but this was not the only requirement. The reason why countless predecessors did not successfully plant it was because there was a lot of effort in the treatment of the seeds. The thunder pomegranate was not planted in the land of thunder from the beginning, and although its seeds seemed to be full of spirit power, they were actually empty inside. The seeds that could survive must be planted in a place with abundant first with spirit power and absorb enough spirit power to be planted. Otherwise, it would be impossible to germinate and take root. Moreover, when absorbing spirit power, it could not be contaminated by other spirit power, so it would not grow easily. In the medicine garden, there were some firstwood plants, and the place where they grew happened to be full of firstwood spirit power. Yang Qin carefully broke the thunder pomegranate with a wooden knife, and after placing all the pomegranate seeds one by one, he withdrew from the medicine garden. Now he could only wait for them to slowly absorb the spirit power. After doing this, Yang Qin repaired himself and adjusted his whole body to the best state. Finally, it was time to go out of the seclusion. The second day after he went out was the day of the sect's major competition. Note, regarding the choice of the thunderwood attribute, everyone has their own advantages, golden firewood. I chose the wood attribute, but it does not mean that it is completely correct, please understand. 1. Life Book 3 Lives Connection. In the division of 10 stems in the astronomical section, firstwood belongs to the thunderwood. This is because thunder is blown out by yang qi, The first wood is yang. Take the image as thunder. In the second month of the lunar calendar, thunder bursts, which can be used as a sign of the first, wood flourishing in spring. 2. Thunder belongs to the Jun hexagram in the Zhou 8 diagrams, and Jun is the east. In the east of the 5 elements, it is the wood. The first hexagram of the palace 8 diagrams of the 64 hexagram is that Jun is thunder. Chapter 101. Coming out of the seclusion room, the moment he saw the sunlight again, Yang Chen suddenly had an impulse to try. It seemed that the body's instinct was also very much looking forward to the sect competition that would be held tomorrow. The sect competition was carried out by realms. Generally speaking, it was very dangerous to watch the battle across realms. Even if there was a higher level of protection, it was still a very risky thing. Generally speaking, people of the same realm were watching the battle. Of course, it was also a competition of the same realm. The rules of the competition were to calculate the points according to the number of wins and losses in the same realm, and then rank the rankings. Those ranked at the front would be able to enjoy better treatment, while those ranked at the back would have to spend more sect contribution points to obtain such treatment. This kind of competition was also stimulating all the disciples to cultivate crazily. Of course, there were obvious advantages and bonus points for challenging above realms, but few people would do this. Generally speaking, the teachers did not recommend that disciples challenge above realms. Not to mention the danger, it would also seriously dampen their self-confidence, and the gains were not worth the losses. What Yang Chen participated in was naturally the Qi refining realm competition. All the disciples in the Qi refining realm would fight today, challenge others, or be challenged by others. The venue was, of course, in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa. Because of the performance of Yang Qin and Gong Sunling on the Celestial Stairway, the palace master of the Chunying Palace personally came to watch the Qi refining realm competition. This also made all the disciples excited. As long as they left a deep impression in front of the head of the palace, would they still have to worry about their future cultivation? As a disciple, Chu Heng appeared this time as the arbitrator and defender of the competition. At the same time, there were more than a dozen experts in the foundation stage, including Du Qian of the Law Enforcement Hall. Yang Chen was not very interested in challenging the Qi refining disciples of the 9 Earth Mountain Villa and seizing their cultivation resources. The only one who could make him have the desire to learn from each other was Gong Sunling. As for Sun Haijing, he was the target of a life and death challenge, and their relationship had become enemies. Gong Sunling didn't waste these 3 months either. At least, when Yang Qin first saw her, he knew that she must have broken through again within these 3 months and entered the realm of Qi Training Stage 7. Compared to Gong Sunling before she ascended the Heaven Stairway, the current Gong Sunling was more proactive and had more fighting spirit, as if she was ready to compete with everyone in the world. Because this fighting spirit brought about a change in his temperament, it made people's eyes light up. Originally, Gong Sunling was a rare beauty. Now, she had more confidence and initiative. For the past 3 months, she had been cultivating in closed-door meditation. This was the first time she showed her face. However, the moment she showed her face, she immediately attracted the attention of all the aura refining disciples. Even Chu Heng stared at Gong Sunling's eyes with an indescribable taste. In the past, Gong Sunling was kind, but not to everyone. Now, this temperament gave her a trace of an inviolable and otherworldly feeling. Although almost everyone's eyes were on Gong Sunling, no one dared to go up and say a word to Gong Sunling. A smile appeared on Yang Chen's face as he greeted Gong Sunling from afar. Seeing that it was Yang Chen, Gong Sunling immediately smiled at Yang Chen. Just this slight smile, in the feeling of everyone, it was as if the sky suddenly cleared up. Any little discomfort in their hearts disappeared without a trace in the smile of Gong Sunling. With just a greeting from these two, the palace master of Chunying Palace, who had already arrived at 9 Earth Mountain Villa, but had yet to show himself, immediately noticed the abnormality between Yang Qin and Gong Sunling. One could make people not dare to casually strike up a conversation, but a smile could make people feel as open as the sun. The other could maintain a normal state of mind no matter what. This was truly rare. It had to be known that right now, which disciple of 9 Earth Mountain Villa wasn't in fear and trepidation. They were afraid that their performance would be discovered by the palace master. So all the disciples were extremely reserved. Even many of the Foundation establishment disciples in charge of arbitration and protection had the same thoughts. Apart from Yang Qin and Gong Sunling, only 2 or 3 Foundation establishment disciples could behave so calmly. It was not surprising that Gong Sunling had entered the 7th level of qi refining. Her strength had increased, and her mental state had also broken through. But for a 3rd level qi refining outer sect disciple to have such a mental state, it was no wonder that she was able to reach the top of the heavens stairway twice and cripple 19 golden core masters. She was indeed extraordinary. The sect master had only appeared in front of the outer sect disciples once and hadn't even said a word, but everyone was already excited. Hearing about it was one thing, and seeing it was another. Sun Haijing stood quietly in the corner with an unfathomable smile on his face. He also knew from Chu Heng why the palace master of Chuning Palace had appeared here. Watching Yang Chen and Gong Sunling greet each other from afar, Sun Haijing suddenly had a funny idea in his heart. If Yang Chen, whom the palace master had high hopes for, was killed during the sect competition, what kind of mood would they have at that time? Not only Chuning Palace, all the sects allowed disciples to launch life and death challenges. This was the most direct way to solve a dispute openly, and no one would pursue it later. Of course, this was only in theory. Only the people involved knew whether or not they would be pursued. But at this point, what was there for Sun Haijing to be afraid of? Between being immediately killed by Yang Qin and the possibility of being pursued after killing Yang Qin and being unable to advance one's cultivation from then on, even an idiot would know what to choose. Chu Heng announced the start of the competition. In an instant, the martial field of 9 Earth Mountain Villa immediately boiled over. Many disciples began to challenge disciples of the same level according to their respective small realms. Very quickly, the martial field was filled with the shadows of blades and swords. Yang Chen didn't move, and neither did Gong Sunling. But in the corner, Sun Haijing leisurely challenged a disciple at the peak of qi condensation. His appearance immediately caused many people to clamor. Sun Haijing was only a disciple at the 4th level of qi condensation. How could he dare to challenge an expert at the peak of qi condensation? Moreover, he was actually the publicly recognized number 1 expert among the outer sect disciples. Challenging someone above one's level was allowed in the competition, and it also gave the highest score. But for the person being challenged, it wasn't a good thing. The strong bullying the weak wasn't honorable, and losing was even less worth it. Even if it was a challenge above one's level, it was usually a 3rd level challenging a 4th level, and a 4th level challenging a 5th level. Challenging someone above 5 levels was unprecedented. Junior Marshall Brothers' son, think carefully. The disciple being challenged was called Josai. He wasn't very old, only in his early 30s. From the time he started cultivating to the peak of qi condensation, it had only been a short 15 to 16 years. He was only 1 step away from foundation establishment. In these few years, he absolutely dominated the outer sect disciples to become the number 1 expert. He wouldn't be afraid of Sun Haijing's challenge and only lightly reminded him. Sun Haijing burst into laughter and opened his hand. A sword shadow flew out from his hand and circled around Sun Haijing's body. Chapter 102. Magic Weapon. The spectators couldn't believe their eyes. The sword shadow released by Sun Haijing's hand, the light it emitted, and the momentum it carried was clearly a magic weapon, flying sword. He was just a disciple in the qi refinement stage. Where did he get the flying sword? How could he use it? A series of questions immediately appeared in everyone's mind. Yang Chen looked at this scene, and his brows deeply wrinkled. It looked like Sun Haijing's situation was very similar to a tyrannical speed training method that he knew of. This kind of training method could be found in the Sutras Pavilion of the Nine Earth Mountain Villa. However, the price of practicing this kind of training method was too high. Almost no one would choose this kind of training method. Almost no one didn't mean no one. Sun Haijing was like this. In just a few months, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had even surpassed the peak of the Qi refinement stage and was close to the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. Even the flying sword in his hand was obtained a few days ago when he ambushed and killed a loose cultivator who had just reached the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. Not everyone was like Yang Chen and read all the jade slips in the Sutras Pavilion. Almost 90% of the people didn't know what happened to Sun Haijing's abnormal situation. They only knew that Sun Haijing, a disciple in the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage, suddenly had the strength of the foundation establishment stage. How could they not be surprised? Chunyang Palace had already produced 2 genius disciples in the stairway gathering this year. Could it be that another one had quietly appeared? Was Chunyang Palace really bursting with popularity and gathering geniuses this year? The crowd's surprised and doubtful voices made Sun Haijing feel unusually satisfied. Everyone's disbelief and disbelief made Sun Haijing feel like he was bathing in the spring breeze. He felt like he was floating. After being humiliated by Yang Chen in front of so many disciples, the feeling of being disgraced was swept away. A huge sense of satisfaction filled Sun Haijing's body. Even the Imperial Censor's flying sword was a little more agile. Zhou Zai, who was opposite Sun Haijing, had a serious expression on his face. Even though his opponent had already revealed his flying sword, as a disciple at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, he still had a fighting chance. The expression on Sun Haijing's face was too uncomfortable. Even though Zhou Zai knew that his chances of winning were not high, he would not give up immediately. Faced with the magic weapon, the flying sword, Zhou Zai took out his trump card, a talisman. It was also a sword, but its level was much lower. It was just a talisman sword. Even so, it still gave off a soul-stirring power. The sword, which had been refined for a long time, suddenly gave off a chilling sword chi. Zhou Zai had erupted with a powerful aura that refused to admit defeat due to Sun Haijing's sudden challenge. For a moment, it was on par with Sun Haijing's flying sword. "You won't cry until you see the coffin." Sun Haijing sneered and took the initiative to attack. In his opinion, since he had revealed his magic weapon, the flying sword, his opponent should immediately admit defeat, bow down, and hand over the victory. Why would there be a need for a fight? Wouldn't this greatly reduce his sense of pride in winning? Facing Zhou Zai, who was ignorant of the current situation, Sun Haijing's first move was to kill. The flying sword went straight and stabbed at the center. Zhou Zai did not want to lose his reputation as a disciple at the peak of the Qi refining realm. He did not dodge, but controlled the talisman sword to meet the attack. Clang! An unusually clear and melodious sound was heard. The crowd seemed to hear an indescribable sound. The 2 lights flew to both sides and returned to their respective owners' hands. After Zhou Zai blocked the attack, he found that there seemed to be a little problem with the talisman sword in his hand. He looked down and saw a gap the size of a grain of rice on the blade. He had lost in the sword fight just now. After one move, the palace master of Chunying Palace could not help but sigh. Although Sun Haijing's strength had improved, it was because he had practiced that kind of overbearing skill. Genius? Not qualified at all. He had thought that there would be an unexpected surprise, but now it seemed that it was just wishful thinking. The palace master shook his head and then glared at Chu Heng, the training tutor. How could a disciple in the Qi refining realm practice this kind of skill? Chu Heng, the training tutor, was very unqualified. This glare almost scared Chu Heng out of his wits. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He lowered his head and did not even dare to breathe loudly. He almost knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Fortunately, the palace master only glared at him and did not say anything. He just closed his eyes again and continued to observe the situation in front of him with his divine sense. After all, Sun Haijing's strength had recently improved, and he had just obtained the flying sword. Although he looked impressive on the surface, his sword-riding skills were really inferior. Compared with Zhou Zai, who had been immersed in it for a long time, he was not a level lower. However, Sun Haijing had no other skills. He could only rely on the fact that the flying sword in his hand was made of better materials than Zhou Zai's talisman sword. Every time, he would attack the enemy's vital points and perish together, forcing Zhou Zai to compete with him in terms of swords. After a few times, the talisman sword in Zhou Zai's hand was already badly damaged. If he continued to fight, the talisman sword would be destroyed. After hesitating again and again, Zhou Zai finally gave up. He was about to build his foundation, and this talisman sword had been with him for many years. After building his foundation, he would be able to turn it into a magic weapon, the flying sword. Now that it was destroyed, it was really not worth it. He found an opportunity to jump out of the ring and cupped his hands at Sun Haijing. Junior brother Sun's flying sword is amazing. I admit defeat. With that, he turned around and left without looking back. Sun Haijing had won a round. Hearing the waves of envious exclamations coming from below the ring, he was unusually satisfied. After feeling smug for a long time, he finally turned to Yangqin and called out, "Junior brother Yang, you won't be a coward in my life or death challenge, right? Junior brother Yang, do you dare to accept the challenge?" Once these words were spoken, another wave of exclamations immediately rang out. According to the rules of the sect's internal competition, in a life or death challenge, those with lower cultivation levels did not have to accept the challenge. If Yang Chen did not accept the challenge, Sun Haijing would not have the opportunity to cause trouble for Yang Chen. His question was obviously to force Yang Chen to accept the challenge. However, Yang Chen laughed and stepped into the martial arts arena. His actions also attracted a wave of astonished gazes. Sun Haijing had clearly demonstrated the strength of an early-stage foundation-building cultivator. How could Yang Chen, a disciple of the third layer of Qi training, be so unwise as to go up and die? Standing in front of Sun Haijing, Yang Chen looked at Sun Haijing, whose eyes were already shining with a complacent light. He suddenly asked, "Senior brother Sun, when you found this technique, did you look at the explanatory jade slip on the side? Do you know that if you practice this technique, you definitely won't live more than half a year?" As soon as Yang Chen said this, Sun Haijing's expression immediately changed. Chapter 103. The fact that Yang Chen had read the jade slips for half a year in the scripture pavilion was no secret at all in the Nine-Earth Villa. Yang Chen knew Sun Haijing's cultivation method, which Sun Haijing was not surprised at all. However, the annotation jade slip next to him, Sun Haijing had never seen it before. He didn't even know that there was a piece of annotation jade slip. This was also the reason why his expression changed greatly. At this moment, he suddenly felt a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. His master, who usually supported him absolutely, became the source of his fear at this moment. This method had such a huge flaw. But why didn't Chu Heng tell him? Sun Haijing could think of a reason for this, but he absolutely didn't want it to be this reason. Trapped in a dilemma, Sun Haijing stood where he was in a daze. Although the words of the two were low, they could not be hidden from the ears of the people watching the battle. Hearing that Yang Chen only used a sentence to make Sun Haijing lose his composure, it seemed that everyone understood the truth of the matter. For some unknown reason, Sun Haijing actually cultivated an overbearing method that was quick but at the cost of his life. He forcefully increased his strength and was able to defeat Zhou Zai. However, he didn't know the fatal flaw of this method, which was why he was in trouble now. No one would suspect that Yang Chen and Sun Haijing didn't get along. The two of them had been in conflict ever since Yang Qin wanted to join Chunying Palace. At that time, Sun Haijing was beaten by Yang Qin until he had to lie in bed for a long time to recover. Now, it was very normal for Sun Haijing to issue a life and death challenge to Yang Qin. However, after clearly seeing Sun Haijing defeat Zhou Zai, who was at the peak of qi refinement, Yang Qin still agreed to the life and death challenge. This was very puzzling. Could it be that Yang Qin now had the strength to fight against experts at the peak of qi refinement or even the early stage of foundation establishment? Sun Haijing, who was in a daze, finally woke up from his trance. Facing Yang Qin, his face suddenly turned ferocious. "You want to rely on a lie to make me lose my fighting spirit? You're still not good enough." As soon as he shouted these words, he immediately recovered his raging fighting spirit. His eyes were bloodshot, and he released 2 rays of terrifying red light, as if he wanted to devour someone. "Whether it's true or not doesn't matter to you anymore." Yang Qin shook his head slightly, his face full of regret. For Sun Haijing, who was about to die, it did not matter whether Yang Qin's words were true or false. Humph, deliberately mystifying things. However, Sun Haijing didn't think so. When he heard Yang Qin's words just now, he was indeed depressed for a while, but he soon realized that perhaps this was Yang Qin's psychological attack to make him lose his fighting spirit. After understanding this, Sun Haijing also became angry, but at the same time he also relaxed. Regardless of whether Yang Qin's words were true or false, for Sun Haijing, what was done could not be undone. Even if he wanted to turn back, it was impossible. The only way to determine whether it was true or false was after he killed Yang Qin in the life and death challenge. He would go to the scripture pavilion to see if there really was such an annotated jade slip, and if there was such a description on the jade slip. All of these prerequisites, even if it wasn't for the purpose of determining whether it was true or false, Sun Haijing first had to survive. This battle was the most important matter at hand. "Junior Yang, didn't you say you wanted to use countless talismans to smash me to death?" At Sun Haijing's side, the sword light of the flying sword rose up again, circling around Sun Haijing. At the same time, it added a layer of brilliance to Sun Haijing's body. It also seemed to give him unlimited confidence. With lofty sentiments, he asked Yang Qin, "I want to see, Junior Yang, what kind of talismans do you plan to use to deal with my flying sword?" "There really aren't many talismans to deal with your flying sword." Hearing Sun Haijing's question, Yang Qin smiled. "I didn't buy many talismans when I went out. Senior Sun might be disappointed." "Since Junior Yang has agreed to the life and death challenge, then don't blame me for being heartless." Sun Haijing's face once again revealed a sinister smile, especially when he heard that Yang Qin didn't have any talismans. It was mixed with a sinister smile. To be able to die by the magic weapon flying sword is also Junior Yang's good fortune. To die by a magic weapon, I don't have that kind of fortune. Yang Qin smiled again. Such a good thing. It's better to leave it to Senior Yang. Following Yang Qin's words, a scabbard slowly rose beside Yang Qin, hovering in front of Yang Qin. It was simple and unadorned, but it didn't have that dazzling light. Since Senior Yang has a flying sword, I happen to have a scabbard. I wonder if it can hold Senior Yang's flying sword? Facing the astonished Sun Haijing, Yang Qin said unhurriedly. As soon as the scabbard appeared, everyone around felt a different feeling. Sun Haijing, who was in the field, naturally felt the silent pressure carried by the scabbard, and his face also became solemn. However, the palace master of Chunying Palace, who was observing with his divine sense from behind, had a serious expression. He opened his eyes and said, "Good stuff." This sentence directly caused a silent flame to appear in the eyes of Chu Heng, who was serving beside him. "Humph, how can there be such a coincidence? I have a flying sword and you have a scabbard? You want to hold my flying sword? Dream on." Sun Haijing also noticed that Yang Chen's scabbard was a good thing. However, no matter how good it was just a scabbard. He had never heard of any master who would use a scabbard as a weapon, let alone refining a scabbard into a magic weapon. In this day and age, those who had a flying sword, which flying sword was not kept in their dantian and tempered all the time. Why would they need a scabbard? Whether it's a dream or not, Senior Yang will know after you try it. Yang Chen no longer argued with Sun Haijing, but just said this faintly. You're courting death. Sun Haijing was furious. New hatred and old hatred surged in his heart in an instant. The flying sword around him suddenly turned into a ray of light and flew toward Yang Chen's face. Without a sound, only a rainbow shadow was left. It was extremely fast. However, what made everyone dumbfounded was that when the rainbow shadow of the flying sword flew not far from Yang Chen, the scabbard hanging in front of Yang Chen suddenly became abnormally huge. It opened up a big hole and directly swallowed the flying sword in one gulp like a hungry beast. No matter how much Sun Haijing tried to control the flying sword disappeared into the scabbard and didn't react at all. It was as if the connection between Sun Haijing and the flying sword had been directly cut off, causing Sun Haijing to suddenly feel a sense of despair. Impossible! Impossible! Sun Haijing, who had lost his flying sword, was like a madman. He shouted and shouted, "You are just a small disciple at the 3rd level of Qi training. How can you control a magic weapon? How can you take my flying sword?" Chapter 104. Others only saw Yang Chen's scabbard flash and Sun Haijing's flying sword disappear, but they didn't expect that the flying sword had been seized by Yang Chen. Hearing Sun Haijing shout, everyone was shocked. What kind of cultivation was it to seize a flying sword that was in use? Although most disciples in the Qi refinement stage didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with magic weapons, it didn't mean that disciples in the Qi refinement stage didn't have magic weapons. At least Yang Chen knew that even in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa, there were few disciples in the peak of the Qi refinement stage who had a magic weapon flying sword. He wasn't the only genius. These people had also refined magic weapons and flying sword. Some could even use a flying sword. Naturally, they knew how terrifying the ability to seize a flying sword in use was. Senior brother Sun, you're out of luck. My scabbard can contain a flying sword that hasn't been sacrificially refined. Yang Chen's face was filled with a kind of unkind smile after taking a big advantage. He said cheerfully, I was worried that I didn't have a chance to find a flying sword, and Senior brother Sun delivered it to my door. Thank you. Sun Haijing was almost angered by Yang Chen's mocking tone and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only did he seize other people's magic weapons, but he also ridiculed them. No one could stand Yang Chen's tone. However, Yang Chen's words made many people feel at ease. That scabbard could only contain a flying sword that hadn't been sacrificially refined. This also meant that Yang Chen wouldn't have the ability to seize other people's magic weapons in the future. Sometimes having an ability that made others afraid was the source of trouble. Since Yang Chen was only used to deal with Sun Haijing, others naturally didn't have to worry too much. The scene just now even made the Lord of Chunyang Palace open his eyes in shock. After hearing what Yang Chen said, he nodded slightly and closed his eyes again. Yang Chen's explanation was more reasonable. He had not refined it and had only marked it with his divine sense. Even without the scabbard, people with high cultivation could easily take it. It was normal for Yang Chen to need the help of the scabbard because his cultivation was not high enough. Sun Haijing was no longer as arrogant as before. His face was filled with horror, and even his tone seemed to have softened. Junior brother Yang, you and I don't have any enmity that can't be resolved. Junior brother, don't be so ruthless, okay? As they spoke, the two of them stopped fighting, and each stood at one end of the arena. Sun Haijing's voice was filled with pleading. It seems that this life and death challenge was initiated by Senior brother Sun, right? Although Yang Chen did make a move, his tone didn't mean to let Sun Haijing go, I remember that when I left Jirong Mountain Villa, senior brother Sun said that it was a pity that he didn't have the chance to challenge me. I never dare to forget it. When Yang Chen said this, everyone looked at Sun Haijing's eyes, and it was different. Everyone knew that Yang Chen was attacked by several killers as soon as he left Chunyang Palace. Although they didn't know what method Yang Chen used to kill those killers, everyone understood that this was a premeditated collusion to harm his fellow disciples. Now that Yang Chen said this, the biggest suspect naturally fell on Sun Haijing. Harming one's fellow disciples was a crime second only to deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors. Except for a few unscrupulous sects in the diabolism, no matter which sect, even most of the sects in the diabolism, would not tolerate this kind of thing. Suddenly, Sun Haijing became the target of public criticism. If it weren't for the fact that he was now in the arena and the Lord of Chunyang Palace was watching the battle from behind, some people would have been agitated and jumped up to punish him. Even so, there were many people who scolded him. If he didn't leave a good impression of abhorrence of evil in front of the Lord of Chunyang Palace at this time, when would he? Chu Heng's heart almost jumped out of his chest. If Sun Haijing faced this kind of pressure and accidentally brought himself out, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape in front of the Lord of Chunyang Palace. At this moment, he didn't know how much he regretted it. If he had known this day would come, he wouldn't have kept Sun Haijing and spent a lot of effort to find a flying sword to give him courage. Sun Haijing also seemed to be aware of the atmosphere of being condemned by thousands of people. Knowing that he would die, he no longer had any scruples and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha! It was I who did it, so what? You are an executioner who has killed countless people. How dare you stand side by side with us diligent cultivators? I want to kill you. It's just a pity that those people didn't make a move. Otherwise you would have been a ghost in the netherworld. Chu Heng's worried heart was finally put at ease when he admitted to taking all the responsibility. Beside the Lord of Chunyang Palace, he didn't dare to breathe heavily, but he also felt a burst of relaxation. However, he didn't see that under the closed eyelids of the Lord of Chunyang Palace, the two eyeballs turned in his direction and soon returned to normal. It's good that you admit it. Yang Chen snorted coldly. If so, then die. The scabbard disappeared in the air, and Yang Chen had already flown towards Sun Haijing. Still in the arena, the Lord of Chunyang Palace didn't speak, so naturally, others didn't dare to interfere easily. Seeing that Yang Chen actually gave up his magic weapon and fought with Sun Haijing with his bare hands, everyone frowned and began to worry about Yang Chen at the same time. The opponent had the cultivation of the early stage of foundation establishment. Wouldn't he be courting death if he went up like this? Since you want to die, I will help you. Sun Haijing was even more overjoyed. Yang Chen, who was a thorn in his flesh, actually gave up the advantage of his magic weapon to compete with him in cultivation. Wasn't this the prey that came to him? At this moment he had no chance to escape. He only hoped to die with Yang Chen. Without thinking about it, he directly flew up and rushed toward Yang Chen. The two figures were almost stuck together in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened for fear of missing any moment. However, to everyone's disbelief, even with Sun Haijing's current speed, his punch still didn't hit Yang Chen. Instead, his wrist was grabbed by Yang Chen, and then he was easily swung up. After a few big circles in the air, Sun Haijing was heavily thrown to the ground by Yang Chen with a bang. The sharp pain of the bones in his wrist being crushed and the dizziness of spinning in circles made him almost unable to resist. He could only see the ground getting closer and closer, and then he fell heavily. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a huge fist appear in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sound was accompanied by the occasional cracking sound, ringing in everyone's ears. Yang Chen's fists hit Sun Haijing's head one after another, and in a short while, Sun Haijing's head was smashed into a bloody gourd. Do you really think that I can't beat you without a magic weapon? Yang Chen stopped smashing, pulled Sun Haijing's bloody head and just twisted it. With a cracking sound, Sun Haijing's head was turned in a circle, still facing the original direction, but his vitality was immediately cut off. Chapter 105. As soon as Yang Chen's spiritual power left Yang Chen's body with the 5 elements positive yin-yang formation, it skyrocketed by 5 times under the effect of the 5 elements mutual promotion. Although his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of qi refining, his vigorous and pure spiritual power was stronger than those at the peak of qi refining. There were also 10 big dipper formations embedded in the 5 elements formation, so its power was even greater. Although Sun Haijing had the strength of the early stage of foundation establishment, under such continuous attacks, the protective formation on his body, which he had just practiced and was not yet proficient in, was broken in just a few blows. The following blow was even more complete. The rotten bloody head and the lifeless body all showed the fact to all the audience that Sun Haijing had been killed by Yang Chen. Sun Haijing was killed by Yang Chen. Sun Haijing, who had the strength of the early stage of foundation establishment and had the flying sword, was killed by Yang Chen, an outer sect disciple at the 3rd level of qi refining. The top master of the outer sect, Zhou Zai, admitted defeat, coupled with Sun Haijing's arrogance. Everyone had already recognized that this guy had the strength of the early stage of foundation establishment. Just by looking at his flying sword, he forced Zhou Zai, who was at the peak of qi refining, to admit defeat. They could see the clues. In addition to the surprise, they were even more surprised that Sun Haijing had issued a life and death challenge to Yang Chen. However, what was even more surprising was that no one would have thought that Yang Chen, who had just reached the 3rd level of qi refining, would be able to beat Sun Haijing to death on the spot with his bare hands. Although Sun Haijing had admitted to the crime of hiring assassins to kill, such a strong contrast still made the outer sect disciples unable to accept it in a short time. Could it be that the top master of the outer sect was not at the peak of qi refining, but at the 3rd level of qi refining? A little interesting. The palace lord of Chunying Palace, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly said. Then he just bent his finger and flicked it gently in the direction of Yang Chen on the martial arts arena. The people in the martial arts practice field did not notice anything at all, but Yang Chen suddenly felt a wave of vigilance. His body moved quickly, his arms crossed in front of him, and he directly took a defensive stance. At the same time, dozens of earth wall magic charms flew out of the cosmos sack. In the blink of an eye, dozens of thick earth walls rose in front of Yang Chen. This talisman that could move without wind made everyone's eyes light up. However, the people around were very puzzled. Yang Chen had already won. Why would he suddenly make such a move? Yang Chen didn't have time to explain. He had just finished the series of actions when an extremely powerful force directly hit the wall that had just been raised. Boom! Dozens of thick earth walls, in the face of this force, were as weak as paper. As soon as the destructive force and the earth wall came into contact, the earth wall turned into a cloud of flying dust. This was not all. After destroying all the earth walls, the remaining force accurately hit Yang Chen's crossed arms. Yang Chen's body was pushed by a huge force. His feet did not leave the ground, but his whole body was pushed straight at least a few feet away, leaving 2 straight marks on the martial arts arena under his feet. The tyrannical force not only hit Yang Chen's body, but there was also such a small force directly from Yang Chen's arm into Yang Chen's body, and fiercely collided with the spiritual power in Yang Chen's body. The invincible momentum seemed to completely smash Yang Chen under one blow. As soon as he came into contact with the force, Yang Chen felt that it was not good. The spiritual power in his body had already been transformed into yin and yang reverse and 5 elements, and he tried his best to resist the spiritual power that invaded his body. 2 arms, 1 yin and 1 yin and yang reverse and 5 elements, like 2 huge stone mills, began to madly consume the invading spiritual power. The spiritual power of the 5 elements in Yang Chen's body was all mobilized to resist. The people on the periphery only saw that after Yang Chen was hit and retreated, a crystal blue suddenly appeared on his arm. This blue seemed to be alive, quickly rushing along Yang Chen's arm to his shoulder, and it seemed that it would arrive soon. At this time, a red light suddenly appeared on Yang Chen's body, and it spread to his arms and began to resist the spreading blue. Standing next to the Lord of Chunying Palace, Chu Heng, of course, saw the action of the Lord of Chunying Palace. Overconfident! Yang Chen actually wanted to rely on his own spiritual power to fight against the Lord of Chunying Palace. Chu Heng could not help but give a cold snort and give such an evaluation. The Lord of Chunying Palace obviously wanted to use this spiritual power to check the strength of Yang Chen. Even with Chu Heng's current realm, he did not dare to say that he could take this blow from the Lord of Chunying Palace. An outer sect disciple at the third level of Qi refining dared to resist without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. It was really stupid. However, just as this cold snort rushed out of his throat, the situation of Yang Chen on the martial arts field directly gave Chu Heng a heavy blow. The red light stopped an inch below Yang Chen's shoulders, although it retreated a little at the beginning. After retreating an inch below his shoulders, it stopped retreating and began to be in a stalemate with the blue light. How is it possible? Chu Heng almost suspected that there was a problem with his divine sense, but being next to the Lord of Chunying Palace, he did not dare to leave without permission and personally go to the martial arts field to see what was going on. He could only make such a sound in his heart and concentrate more and more on exploring what was happening on the martial arts field. The red light and the blue light were in a stalemate for a moment and began to fight back. Slowly, the blue light was pressed back to the bottom bit by bit, and the speed was getting faster and faster. At first, it was just a slight shift, but soon it became a minute, and then an inch by inch. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the spreading blue was pressed to the place where Yang Chen first touched and became a small piece. After a while, the blue light became lighter and finally disappeared, and the faint red light on Yang Chen's body also began to slowly fade. At this time, Yang Chen's whole body was sweating like rain, and his clothes were all soaked. His rapid breathing exposed the hardships he had just paid. No one knew how much pressure Yang Chen had just faced and how hard he had worked. The Lord of Chunying Palace, who had his eyes closed tightly, finally opened his eyes again. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be letting the people serving him hear him. He said, "A third-level Qi refinement cultivator can actually take my rhino spirit finger and can even use magic treasures. Interesting." After saying this, the Lord of Chunying Palace suddenly raised his voice. His voice directly penetrated the room and resounded in the ears of everyone in 9 Earth Mountain Villa. "Yang Chen, you have cleaned up my Chunying Palace. This is a great merit. I allow you to make a request that is not too excessive as a reward." The group of people outside were stunned where the attack came from. The words of the pure Yang Palace Master suddenly caused a sensation in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa. Chapter 106. As the Palace Master of Chunying Palace, a master at the Yuanying stage, in terms of seniority alone, he was even 1 generation higher than the several Palace Masters of Chunying Palace. Chu Heng and Du Qian, the inner mountain disciples at the Foundation establishment stage, also had to address him as Grandmaster. Even if they were already official disciples of the inner mountain, it was still an extravagant hope to meet the Palace Master of Chunying Palace. Except for some major festivals and major events, these disciples had no chance to meet the Palace Master at all. With the identity of the Palace Master of Chunying Palace, it was already a great thing for him to pay attention to the sect competition of the Outer Mountain disciples, not to mention that he came in person. The 9 Earth Mountain Villa could simply be described as being honored. But now the Palace Master actually made a request that was not too excessive. How could it not be surprising? This Yang Chen was really a dog-shit luck. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. The request made by the Palace Master, even if he had already said that it was not too excessive, still made countless people start to go crazy. Putting aside the identity of the palace master of Chunying Palace, in terms of cultivation, he was a master at the yuanying stage. Whether it was cultivation methods, elixirs, magic treasures, or even the identity of a pro-disciple, it was not too excessive to ask for. This time, Yang Qin could be said to have reached the sky in a single bound. Some people were jealous, some people were emotional, but more people saw the performance of Yang Qin just now. Du Qian, Chu Heng, and the other disciples of the Inner Mountain were obviously the latter. The telepathic finger of the palace master of Chunying Palace was almost the palace master's signature method, which he could use at will. Although it was an understatement, Du Qian, Chu Heng, and the others thought that if it were them, they would not be able to catch it so easily. But Yang Qin, who was at the third level of qi refining, was so easy to catch it under the premise that he was a big realm lower than them. As long as one thought about the meaning behind this, the palace master's action of personally summoning Yang Qin was not so shocking. Everyone looked at Yang Qin enviously. As long as Yang Qin said the word, cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, magic treasures, treasures of heaven and earth, arrays, and even raising one's cultivation, all of it would only take a word from him. Everyone secretly wondered what they would choose if they were in his shoes and faced with such an opportunity. Of course, he was more curious about what Yang Qin would choose. Disciple Yang Qin requests Palace Master to allow disciple to go to Immortal falling abyss. Of course, Yang Qin also heard the Palace Master's voice. Almost as soon as the Palace Master spoke, Yang Qin unceremoniously stated his request. As soon as Yang Qin's words came out, it caused another uproar. No magic treasures, no cultivation techniques, no other treasures, just a trip to the Immortal fallen abyss? Most of the people in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa had never even heard of this name. Everyone's first impression was that the Immortal fallen abyss was some sort of treasure that made Yang Qin care so much that he didn't hesitate to ask for the Palace Master's permission. Those who knew about the Immortal fallen abyss all sucked in a breath of cold air. The Immortal fallen abyss was not a good place just from its name. It was really surprising that Yang Qin wanted to go there. Even the Palace Master of Chunying Palace couldn't help but frown when he heard Yang Qin's request. The other Foundation establishment disciples were in disbelief, but they didn't dare to make a sound as they stood beside the Palace Master. The Palace Master was indeed the Palace Master. He quickly recovered from his shock and smiled. Since you can take one of my fingers, you have the qualifications to go to the Immortal fallen abyss. Fine, I'll make an exception and allow it. With a flip of his hand, a small white jade token appeared in his hand, and he threw it out. The token seemed to be carried by an invisible hand, and it slowly flew out of the room and floated towards Yang Qin on the martial arts practice field. Go if you're ready. Yang Qin had just reached out to catch the white jade token when he heard the Palace Master's voice. He hastily replied, Yes. The rest of the competition wasn't too exciting. The only thing that stood out was Gong Sunling. With her 7th layer qi condensation strength, she consecutively challenged 3 8th layer qi condensation and 2 9th layer qi condensation senior brothers. She won all of them, causing people to praise her outstanding talent. After the Palace Master gave Yang Qin the token, he didn't say anything else. It wasn't until the end of the competition that he praised Gong Sunling a bit before leaving. With the Palace Master's departure, the 9 Earth Mountain Villa that had been tense for 2 days suddenly relaxed. There was nothing that could be done. When the Palace Master was here, even Chu Heng didn't dare to breathe loudly, let alone the others. The only one who had a flat performance might be Yang Qin alone. After relaxing, people began to inquire about what kind of place the Immortal Fallen Abyss was and why Yang Qin had requested to go there. However, the news that they heard shocked everyone. The Immortal Fallen Abyss was a place for the large Sex Foundation establishment disciples to hone their strength. At the same time, it was the only exit for the underground spirit beasts. It was a place for cultivation, a hub to suppress the underground spirit beasts, and also a place to obtain spirit marrow. The underground spirit beasts were related to the safety of the world. At the same time, the spirit marrow was related to the various sects' spirit veins. Therefore, the immortal fallen abyss was an extremely important place. Every sect even sent at least one nascent soul expert to oversee it. The underground spirit beasts were enormous, and they were born from the heavens and earth. They didn't have any intelligence and acted purely on instinct. No matter what was blocking their way, the huge underground spirit beasts would always swarm over and destroy it. The two words Immortal Fallen Abyss were a warning. The Immortal Fallen Abyss was a famous, ominous place in the cultivation world. This was why everyone was shocked. To go to the Immortal Fallen Abyss, one had to be at least at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, the sect wouldn't even give out a token. Without a token, one couldn't even touch the door to the Immortal Fallen Abyss, let alone enter. But Yang Chen had actually asked the palace master to allow him to enter the Immortal Fallen Abyss when he was only at the 3rd level of qi refining. Even if he defeated and killed Sun Haijing, in the end, Sun Haijing was only at the peak of qi refining, infinitely close to the early foundation establishment stage. His true strength hadn't reached that level yet. Was he planning to throw away his life? The only outer sect disciple who wasn't surprised by Yang Chen's decision was Gong Sunling. After the competition, Gong Sunling directly went to find Yang Chen. While reminding him to be careful, she didn't forget to issue a challenge to Yang Chen. Junior brother Yang, you're ahead of me in the Immortal Fallen Abyss. Watch how I catch up. Yang Chen was very happy that Gong Sunling issued this challenge. This has meant that Gong Sunling was no longer the madman who blindly immersed herself in cultivation and didn't listen to the outside world. Now she has become more active. Okay. Yang Chen agreed to Gong Sunling's challenge. I'll wait for you in the Immortal Fallen Abyss. Chapter 107. You really want to go to the Immortal Falling Abyss? The one who asked this question was Du Qian, who had always taken good care of Yang Chen. He didn't understand. Yang Chen was only a qi condensation disciple. If he couldn't even use his flying sword, how many times could he block the attacks of the underground spirit beasts? Such an unwise action didn't seem like something Yang Chen would do. Of course. Yang Chen smiled and made an inviting gesture, inviting Du Qian to sit across from him. At the same time he smiled and said, I asked for the palace lord's grace. I can't go back on my word, can I? Do you know how dangerous the Immortal Falling Abyss is? Although Du Qian was already a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall and was at the peak of Foundation establishment, he still hadn't gone to the Immortal Falling Abyss even once. Not everyone liked to go to such a dangerous place to hone their skills. Martial uncle, I can even memorize the 9 Earth Mountain Villas scripture pavilion. Do you think I should go? Du Qian was definitely concerned about him. Yang Chen was very grateful, so he was very respectful to Du Qian. He quickly replied, In any case, the palace lord said to go when I'm ready. I think it won't be too late to go when I'm ready. I just need to grab this qualification first. Yang Chen's words put Du Qian's worried heart at ease. So this was Yang Chen's plan. This was a good move. One had to know that although the Immortal Falling Abyss was dangerous, it was rich in resources. As long as one trained for a few years and didn't die, they would basically become a small millionaire. Therefore, the qualification to enter the Immortal Falling Abyss was something that everyone fought over. Yang Chen was still at the qi condensation stage, yet he was able to occupy one. That's fine. Grab this qualification first, and then slowly go after you reach Foundation establishment. Du Qian nodded and said these words with appreciation. Then he saw that Yang Chen's expression was strange. His heart was shocked, and he hurriedly asked, You are not going to go before building your foundation, right? In fact, Martial uncle, I plan to go in 2 months. Yang Chen didn't hide anything from Du Qian. He smiled and said his plan, completely ignoring Du Qian's dumbfounded expression. With your current cultivation, even if you go, you won't be able to pass the newcomer assessment. What's the use? Du Qian really did not know what to say. He could only put away the smile on his face and ask seriously, you might not even be able to resist the lowest-ranked underground spirit beast. Are you going to court death? Not necessarily. Martial uncle, don't forget that I still have the ability to concoct pills. Yang Qin also did not completely reveal his plans. He only said the most comforting words to Du Qian. In the Immortal Falling Abyss, I believe there are still many people who like the second turn qi nourishing pill. As long as I have enough medicinal ingredients, I can exchange it for many benefits. Second turn qi nurturing pill? When Du Qian heard this term, he stood up in shock. You can refine the second cycle qi nourishing pill? You are a second-grade alchemist? Du Qian couldn't help but be shocked. Even most of the alchemists at the peak of the foundation establishment stage couldn't refine a second-turn pill. Yang Qin, a small qi refinement stage disciple, could already refine a second-turn pill. If this news were to spread, it was unknown how many alchemists would go crazy. A turn meant that one could refine the pill once. A second-grade alchemist meant that one could refine the pill twice, and the effect was almost doubled. The most powerful alchemists, such as Taishang Laojun, could refine the 9-turn golden pill. Generally speaking, the 9-turn also meant the limit of the pill. Every increase in level meant that the level of alchemy would improve a lot. Unfortunately, such an improvement was not so easy. Even if Yang Qin was a great, principal golden immortal in his previous life, when he died he was just a 6th-grade alchemist. From this, it could be seen that high-level alchemists were rare. In this life, Zhu Qiantao was already the hall master of the medicinal hall, but he was just a 3rd-grade alchemist, and he had just entered this realm. But this was already an achievement that people looked up to. It was not known how many people were praising Zhu Qiantao's talent in alchemy. It was simply a genius. But now Du Qian had to admit that in the matter of alchemy, Zhu Qiantao seemed to be a hopeless mediocre person in front of Yang Qin. Of course, Du Qian would never dare to say this. He was just too shocked and even forgot to give Zhu Qiantao some face in his own heart. The 2nd-grade medicinal pill, especially the qi nourishing pill, did not require Yang Qin to spend much energy. With the help of the profound spirit furnace, Yang Qin could complete it relatively easily. If he was not afraid that the 3rd-grade medicinal pill would shock the world, Yang Qin would have already started refining it. Naturally, the 2nd-grade alchemist, this was the perfect cover for Yang Qin now. In Chunyang Palace, perhaps there was a genius title of climbing the heaven ladder that could make him temporarily unaffected by the outside world. But outside, the title of the 2nd-grade alchemist was definitely much more dazzling than any cultivation genius, and it was safer. The masters may be happy to strangle the cultivation geniuses of other sects, but they would never be willing to easily offend any alchemist, even if he was only the most ordinary 1st-grade alchemist. Du Qian left in a hurry almost at the moment of confirmation. He wanted to report this shocking news to the senior members of his sect immediately. At the same time, he was very grateful that Yang Qin only said this to him alone. This was clearly a big gift from Yang Qin to him. Among the 9 Earth Villa and Yixiu Villa, Du Qian was famous for taking care of Yang Qin, and even did not hesitate to fight against Chu Heng, who was a disciple, which made several high-level members of Chunyang Palace very dissatisfied. It wasn't until Yang Qin made the qi-seeking pill that the high-level members saw the value of Yang Qin. Now that Yang Qin had become a 2nd-grade alchemist, then everything that Du Qian had done before would immediately be upgraded to the great height of a discerning eye to protect the sect, and the benefits would definitely be great. In his own small courtyard, Yang Chen pointed out Xindao's 4 people and just sat down to take out the profound spirit furnace to maintain it. He saw that on the top of Meiqing Mountain, a few rays of light rose and quickly flew towards the side. With a slight smile on his face, Yang Qin put away the profound spirit furnace and then walked over, watching the few rays of light and waiting quietly. After a while, a few rays of light appeared over the Nine-Earth Villa, but it was a few sword lights. As soon as the sword lights fell, there were a few more figures in Yang Chen's small courtyard. Before Yang Qin could see who was there, Zhu Qintao's voice came to his ears. Yang Qin, can you refine the second-grade qi cultivating pill? Yes, Master Ancestor. Yang Qin hurriedly bowed and replied, then got up slightly. Only then did he discover that in addition to Du Qian and Zhu Qintao, the master of the medicine hall, the master of Chunying Palace, also appeared in his small courtyard. Chapter 108. Zhu Qintao's temper was very impatient. When he heard Yang Chen's answer, he directly took out a lot of medicinal materials from the Qingkuan bag and piled them in the courtyard. He eagerly ordered, "Refine it for me to see." In his voice, it was full of expectation and surprise. It seemed that he had never doubted that Yang Qin would lie. After such a long time, Zhu Qintao's aura seemed to be stronger. Although Yang Qin couldn't judge Zhu Qintao's current realm, he also knew that he must have improved. This was Yang Chen's fire-controlling technique, which made him have a further understanding, so that there would be such a realm improvement. Although the master of Chunying Palace did not speak, his eyes were also looking forward to it, and there was a deep appreciation. Yang Qin, the outer sect disciple, brought him too many surprises. In addition to the medicine hall master and the master of Chunying Palace, Yang Qin also saw an acquaintance, Su Qingxin, the foreign affairs hall master of Chunying Palace. Seeing Yang Chen looking over, Su Qingxin also smiled and nodded. He seemed to be very happy. Although the prepared medicinal materials were not as good as Yang Chen's Millennium Profound Yang fruit, they were also needed for ordinary qi replenishing pills. Yang Chen was not pretentious. He took out the profound spirit furnace from the Qingkuan bag and restored it to its ordinary size. He placed it in the yard and planned to refine it on the spot. Anyway, there was the master of Chunying Palace watching. Yang Chen did not have to worry about any accident happening. Seeing Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace, the eyes of the master of Chunying Palace and Zhu Qintao lit up. The palace master was finally completely sure that Yang Qin now had the strength to control and sacrificial refine the magic weapon. This profound spirit furnace was clearly a magic weapon that had been sacrificial refined, and it was also personally sacrificial refined by Yang Qin. Otherwise, it would not be so compatible with Yang Qin. The profound spirit furnace itself was given to Yang Qin by Zhu Qintao. At that time, Zhu Qintao certainly knew what the profound spirit furnace looked like. Now that the profound spirit furnace had obviously improved some quality, Zhu Qintao certainly found it at a glance. With regards to Yang Chen's changes in just over a year, Zhu Qintao felt that he had aged too much. The nourishing qi pill was a very low-level medicinal pill. Usually it was a first-grade nourishing qi pill which was suitable for the disciples in the qi refining stage. Moreover, it was very easy to refine. Even Yang Chen's untalented servant Helian could refine it a long time ago. Foundation establishment experts simply wouldn't be interested in this kind of low-level medicinal pill. However, the second-grade qi nourishing dan was completely different. After further refinement, the qi nourishing dan was not inferior to the Peiyuan dan used by Foundation establishment experts. In terms of cost and efficacy, it was far superior to the Foundation pill. Under the gaze of the Chunying Palace master and the two hall masters, Yang Qin easily put a large pile of medicinal materials into the profound spirit furnace after treatment and began to refine. Yang Qin didn't count his previous life. In this life, he had refined it dozens of times. The experience of the two lives was familiar. The people next to him only saw that Yang Chen was holding the profound spirit furnace in one hand, controlling the heat, and the other hand was skillfully adding and processing the medicinal materials. He was calm and had a well-thought-out look in his chest, and they all nodded in their hearts. Yang Chen's brilliant fire control method also appeared in the eyes of the Chunyang Palace Master for the first time. Zhu Qintao and Su Qingxin had already seen Yang Chen's fire control technique, so they were not surprised, but the Chunyang Palace Master looked serious, and they didn't know what he was thinking about. In less than an hour, Yang Chen completed the refining of ordinary qi nourishing dan. The medicinal materials prepared by Zhu Qintao were just enough for him to refine a batch of qi nourishing dan. After skillfully pulling out hundreds of qi nourishing dan from the profound spirit furnace, Yang Chen cleaned up the dregs in the profound spirit furnace and put the qi nourishing dan that had been successfully refined into the profound spirit furnace. This time, Yang Chen did not add any more medicinal materials, but held the two handles of the profound spirit furnace in both hands and began to control the fire with full concentration, slowly refining the first-grade qi nourishing dan. Refining medicine was definitely a meticulous work that could not be more meticulous. As long as there was a little carelessness, the powerful fire would burn the medicinal pill to ashes. Yang Chen showed unprecedented concentration. The people watching from the side knew the importance of this moment, and all of them held their breath, for fear of disturbing Yang Chen a little. After all, Yang Chen was only a disciple of the qi refining stage. Now he was completing something that the cultivation of the foundation stage may not be able to do, so naturally he had to be careful. This refinement took Yang Chen a full 8 hours. All the people present were cultivators, and no one moved much. They accompanied Yang Chen's refining throughout the process. The extremely thin flame rolled over the surface of the medicinal pill flexibly. In addition to sending a burst of spiritual power, it also brought out a trace of more subtle dregs. After 8 hours, this process was all over. At the last moment, Yang Chen still used the most common dan pulling technique to pull out all the refined qi-nourishing dan and put them into the jade bottle that had been prepared for a long time. When all the processes were over, Zhu Qintao couldn't wait to grab the jade bottle in Yang Chen's hand and ejected a medicinal pill to the master of Chunying Palace and Su Qingxin. He picked up one in his hand and put it in front of his eyes. After the second grade refining, the qi-nourishing dan had shrunk a little, but it looked abnormally round, and there was a comfortable touch in his hand. On the surface of the medicinal pill, 2 thin lines completely surrounded the medicinal pill and formed 2 circles. They were slender but clear and could be seen clearly. On the surface of the medicinal pill, the fragrance of the medicinal pill had disappeared a lot, and there was a kind of restrained posture. Zhu Qintao's method of testing the medicinal pill had always been to throw it directly into the mouth. After eating a second-grade qi-nourishing dan, Zhu Qintao closed his eyes and began to feel the medicinal power carefully. The master of Chunyang Palace and Su Qingxin also stopped observing and looked at Zhu Qintao, waiting for his judgment. The spiritual power is abundant, and the momentum is also urgent. Yes, this is the second-grade qi-nourishing dan. After a while, Zhu Qintao opened his eyes and said these words. The master of Chunyang Palace and Su Qingxin, who were waiting for the result, suddenly showed joy on their faces. Yang Chen, what other medicinal pills can you refine? After the surprise, the master of Chunyang Palace asked aloud, Only qi-seeking dan and qi-nourishing dan. Yang Chen's face immediately showed embarrassment. As for the other medicinal pills, I have only seen the prescription, but I have not tried them. So, you learned your spiritual power and medicinal pills in the Sutras depository and no one taught you? The master of Chunyang Palace nodded non-committally and continued to ask. Yes, Palace Master. Yang Chen nodded and replied. This was almost an open secret of Yishio Villa and Nine Earth Villa, and there was nothing to hide. Moreover, Yang Chen did not think of pretending to ask Chu Heng for advice. You can go to the Immortal Falling Abyss with peace of mind. Remember to exchange for more spiritual marrow, which will be of great benefit to your cave residents in the future. There was no expression on the face of the master of Chunying Palace, and his tone was very calm, but the last sentence somewhat revealed his mood. From now on, if someone talks about your identity as an executioner, kill him directly. If you can't kill him, come back and tell the law enforcement hall, and use the power of Chunying Palace to kill him. Chapter 109. On the surface, the tone of the Lord of Chunying Palace was calm as if nothing had happened. But in his heart, the Lord of Chunying Palace had already cursed Chu Heng. Du Qian had already reported Chu Heng's attitude towards Yang Qin. But in the eyes of the palace lord, an inner sect disciple in the middle stage of foundation establishment realm was much more valuable than a little guy who had just become an outer sect disciple less than 2 years ago. If Yang Chen could not even endure this little setback, it could only mean that Yang Chen was a piece of rotten wood that could not be carved. But now, without anyone's guidance, Yang Chen had reached the realm of a second-grade alchemist just by reading in the Sutra Pavilion. And his own cultivation of spiritual power had not only been promoted to the 3rd layer of qi refining in just 3 years, but also killed Sun Haijing, who was at the peak of qi refining face-to-face. It was said that several assassins in the 6th and 7th layer of qi refining had also died in the hands of Yangchen. If there was such an effect because of Chu Heng's wholehearted guidance, the palace lord would certainly be very happy. But it happened that in the past 3 years, Chu Heng did not give any guidance to Yang Chen, and even made things difficult for him, even though Yang Chen relied on himself to learn how to read. Such a genius disciple would be highly sought after in any sect, but he was treated like this in Chunying Palace. How could the palace lord, who worried about the development of Chunying Palace every day, endure this? In his previous life, Yang Qin did not have much contact with the palace master. He did not know much about the temper of the palace master. The instructions of the palace master he just agreed. It was the words of the palace master that made him feel the anger of the palace master, but it was only anger. Zhu Qintao and Su Qingxin, who were familiar with the palace lord's temper, had already heard the irrepressible anger from the palace lord's words. Both of them were furious. Chu Heng, the outer sect's training disciple, would probably be in serious trouble this time. Perhaps even his master, the Lord of Bright Moon Palace, Liang Xiaoming, would be implicated. However, neither of them sympathized with Chu Heng. Both of them had a favorable impression of Yang Qin, so they naturally did not have a good attitude towards Chu Heng. Neither of them had expected Yang Qin to be cultivating under such circumstances. If they had known earlier, they would have sent Chu Heng away long ago. How could they have allowed him to cause such a ruckus during the sect's grand competition? For Sun Haijing to be able to raise his cultivation so rapidly in 3 months, who would believe that Chu Heng was not behind this? Perhaps even the assassination attempt on Yang Qin was secretly supported by Chu Heng. Otherwise, how could Sun Haijing, an outer sect disciple of the 4th layer of qi refining, have the spirit stones to hire 7th and 8th layer qi refining experts? Of course, these things had to be investigated afterwards. The words of the Lord of Chunying Palace were to reassure Yang Qin and let him see the support of Chunying Palace for him, so that he could cultivate with peace of mind. Only Zhu Qintao felt that it was a pity. Yang Qin was now a 2nd revolution Pillmaster. If he concentrated on the development of alchemy, he would definitely be a master of alchemy. Unfortunately, the palace lord allowed him to go to the Immortal Fallen Abyss to hone his skills. Otherwise, Zhu Qintao wanted to imprison Yang Qin by his side and force him to practice alchemy. The happiest one among them was probably Du Qian, except for a few high-level officials. The palace lord's words were simply unstinting support for Yang Qin. It was likely that he had contributed a lot to this. According to the merit, he would probably also get great benefits, being able to help Yang Qin get rid of his troubles. He also had a lot of benefits. Du Qian hated that such a good thing could not happen every day. Next, Yang Qin put on a posture of collecting medicinal materials from all over the place, almost sweeping away all the medicinal materials that could be used to refine qi nourishing pills in the market of Meiqing Mountain. After Zhu Qintao returned, he also sent people to allocate a lot of similar medicinal materials to Yang Chen. Yang Chen's Qinkuan bag was already stuffed to the brim with raw materials for qi nourishing pills. It seemed like he could not put them all away. Fortunately, the merit ring was a spatial magic treasure with almost no restrictions in this world. Even if he had more, he would still be able to store them. Chu Heng had already been stripped of his title as a training disciple. At the same time, he was personally arranged by the Bright Moon Palace Lord to hone his skills in another famous dangerous place, the desolate Sand Valley. The Bright Moon Palace was originally a water-attributed inheritance, but the desolate Sand Valley was a barren desert with few traces of water. Such an arrangement was not without a sense of punishment. Of course, it was also done for the palace lord. Yang Qin temporarily ignored Chu Heng, but this did not mean that he would let Chu Heng go. In any case, there was a long period of time to cultivate. Yang Qin had plenty of time to slowly get back at him. As for now, the most important thing was to go to the Immortal Fallen Abyss as soon as possible. The reason why Yang Qin had to go to the Immortal Falling Abyss was because of a secret in the Immortal Falling Abyss. This secret, in his previous life, Yang Qin also heard it from a guy in the Heavenly Court after he ascended to the Immortal World. In the Immortal Falling Abyss, in addition to a place where he could rely on the unique terrain to hunt a large number of high-level underground spirit beasts, there was also a kind of fire that Yang Chen was interested in practicing alchemy, the Earth Core Fire. The power of the Earth Core Fire was not the strongest, but it was the most suitable for Yang Chen at this stage. As long as he could get this fire seed, Yang Chen's fire attribute cultivation base would be able to go to the next level. Whether it was alchemy or refining medicine, there would be great benefits. At the same time, the Earth Core Fire could also improve the grade of the Profound Spirit Furnace. It must be known that the Profound Spirit Furnace could be upgraded by swallowing different fire seeds. There was also a lot of spirit marrow to take, and these substantial benefits. How could Yang Qin bear to enter the Immortal Falling Abyss step by step after he reached the Foundation establishment stage? The Palace Master gave him an opportunity, and he immediately climbed up the pole to win the qualification to go to the Immortal Falling Abyss. Before leaving, Yang Chen had to settle the 4 servants again and pointed out all the characteristics of each person. Anyway, under the guise of reading books in the scripture pavilion, pointing out the 4 servants at the 3rd and 4th levels of qi refining, others could not say anything. The 4 servants also worked hard. He Lian's current fire control technique had improved a lot, and her cultivation base had also reached the peak of the 3rd level, one step away from entering the 4th level of qi refining. Gu Kun had followed Xin Da's footsteps and reached the 4th level of qi refining. The slightly worse one was Yuan Ting, but she was now at the 3rd level of qi refining, but she could already refine low-level practitioner weapons. The 4 of them were now very different from when they were in the Yixio Villa. Even in a short month, they had found that Yang Chen's status in the 9 Earth Villa had risen sharply, and their monthly allowance was also greatly enriched, at least saving most of their time to earn contribution points for cultivation. After arranging these, Yang Qin directly left the 9 Earth Villa, but before going to the Immortal Falling Abyss, he had to go to the Yixio Villa first. He had promised the steward of the Yixio Villa, Wang Yuan, that he would give him a Millennium Profound Yang fruit. Chapter 110. Junior Brother Yang, congratulations! Wang Yuan was the chief steward of Yixio Manor, so he couldn't leave on normal days. Most of the news about Yang Qin came from outside. Seeing Yang Qin appear, Wang Yuan immediately cupped his fists and congratulated Yang Qin. Yang Qin smiled and accepted Wang Yuan's congratulations. At the same time, he also did the same thing and congratulated Wang Yuan. Congratulations, senior brother, for making great progress in your cultivation. Compared to the last time Yang Qin left, Wang Yuan's realm had improved. It was unknown whether it was because he suddenly had an epiphany or because of the guarantee of Yang Chen's 1,000-year mysterious yang fruit, but he had enough confidence. Originally, he was only in the 8th layer of qi refining, but now he had made great progress, reaching the 9th layer of qi refining. He would soon reach the peak of qi refining, only one big step away from foundation establishment, thanks to junior brother. On this point, Wang Yuan was really grateful to Yang Chen. Originally, he was like Shangguan Feng, with no hope of reaching foundation establishment, so he chose to be the chief steward of Yixiu Manor. However, Yang Chen's 1,000-year mysterious yang fruit had rekindled his hope of reaching foundation establishment. With this motivation, in just a few years his cultivation, which had been stuck at a bottleneck, had unexpectedly advanced by leaps and bounds. In one fell swoop, he broke through his original realm and walked closer to foundation establishment. After understanding the reason, Wang Yuan even felt that even if Yang Chen didn't give him the 1,000-year mysterious yang fruit, he would still be able to reach foundation establishment within a few decades. However, when he saw the bright red fruit in Yang Chen's hand, even if Wang Yuan was about to reach the peak of qi refining and had a solid state of mind, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly in his chest. The color, shape, and size of the fruit were almost exactly the same as the 1,000-year mysterious yang fruit he saw Yang Chen eat last time. No, not exactly the same. It was a 1,000-year mysterious yang fruit. Yang Chen didn't go back on his word, and actually found him a 1,000-year mysterious yang fruit. Senior brother, this is what I promised you last time. Yang Chen spread out a 1,000 years old profound yang fruit in his hand, and said with a smile on his face, "This time I went to the floating mountain gathering. I specially went there for senior brother. I haven't had the chance to go out, so I've wasted a lot of time. Please forgive me, senior brother." Wang Yuan's hands were practically trembling as he received the 1,000-year profound yang fruit. After receiving the profound yang fruit, Zhang Xian froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. Under Yang Chen's reminder, he found a jade box and stored the profound yang fruit. Only then did he repeatedly thank Yang Chen. There had never been a moment when Wang Yuan felt that foundation establishment was so close to him, as if it was within his reach. He was so happy that his body was still trembling slightly. Originally, as the manager of Yixiu Villa, he was a sharp-tongued person. But at this moment, in the face of Yang Chen's thanks, his words were all fragmented and incomprehensible. In the stuttering words, there were intermittent words of thanks, which really made Wang Yuan lose his composure. It was not easy to calm down in front of Yang Chen, and Wang Yuan really considered his future path. With the 1,000-year mysterious yang fruit, there was no problem in foundation establishment. He believed that in the near future, he would also be an official disciple of Chunyang Palace's inner sect. However, even in the inner sect, there were several different factions. Basically, they were divided according to each palace and hall. According to reason, Wang Yuan himself should belong to the palace or hall that he joined. But now, looking at the young but talented Yang Chen in front of him, Wang Yuan suddenly felt that maybe in Chunyang Palace, following Yang Chen was also a good path. Not to mention Yang Chen's extreme performance in climbing the heaven ladder. Just the fact that Yang Chen was repeatedly valued by Zhu Qintao, the medicine hall master, made him see some clues. In the past 2 years, Yixiu Villa had newly promoted outer sect disciples with an elixir called Qi Seeking Pill, which could help the new disciples quickly find the sense of qi and enter the state of cultivation. This alone allowed Chunyang Palace to have 16 more outer sect disciples in 2 years. Compared to before, it was at least twice as much. Who was the credit for this? Although the news was strictly blocked, in the eyes of the manager of Yixiu Villa, there are still many clues. All of this happened after Yang Chen entered 9 Earth Mountain Villa. In addition, with the attention of the medicine hall master, if Wang Yuan still could not guess that it was Yang Chen, then he would be a fool. a person who showed two geniuses in cultivation and alchemy at the qi refining stage. No matter which one, was a person who could be flattered, let alone Yang Qin, who combined the two. At that time, he was able to choose to be the manager of Ishio Villa, and was able to see that after Yang Chen obtained the millennium mysterious Yang fruit, he decisively fell on Yang Chen's side. Wang Yuan was also a resolute and decisive person. Now that he had obtained the millennium mysterious Yang fruit, after a moment of absent-mindedness, he immediately decided what he wanted to do. Junior brother Yang, if there is anything in the future, don't hesitate to call me. In Chunyang Palace, I will follow junior brother's lead for everything. In the face of Yang Qin, Wang Yuan no longer said any words of gratitude, but said these words of allegiance. His tone was sincere, and he did not show the slightest contempt for Yang Qin because of his high cultivation. I don't dare, senior brother Wang. If there is anything in the future, we should help each other. There is no need to say these words in the future. Yang Qin politely declined. Wang Yuan agreed with his mouth, but he also agreed in his heart. He would not say any more words, as long as he followed Yang Chen's intentions when doing things. This time he helped him reach foundation establishment, and next time he might be able to condense a gold core. Yang Qin did not realize that he had inadvertently gained a loyal fan. After saying goodbye to Wang Yuan, Yang Qin set out on the road to the immortal falling abyss alone. If it was anyone else, without guidance, they would not know the location of the immortal falling abyss. But Yang Qin clearly knew the way to the immortal falling abyss. After leaving Meiqing Mountain for about 1,000 miles, Yang Qin suddenly found that it seemed that someone was secretly tracking him. But this person was very smart and did not expose any traces. After realizing this, Yang Chen quietly turned in another direction and spent another 2 days riding a bamboo eagle to a seemingly bottomless, deep pool hidden in an unknown valley. After putting away the bamboo eagle, Yang Chen reached out and took out the white jade token. He held it in his hand and injected spiritual power into it. A round light ball enveloped Yang Chen. Then, Yang Chen jumped directly into the deep pool and disappeared without a trace in a moment. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a figure suddenly appeared on the edge of the deep pool. He frowned at the dark, deep pool in the mountain in front of him. After thinking for a while, he reached into the pool and touched it. He did not feel anything special. After hesitating again and again, his body jumped into the pool and began to sink. After sinking 10 feet, there was nothing unusual, but the bottom of the deep pool could not be seen at all. It was just dark. The figure following him felt a lot more relieved. He used his spiritual power and dived again. Just when he thought that he could quickly catch up with Yang Qin, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 111. His spirit sense had been tracking Yang Chen's figure. The person following behind did not notice that a long ribbon had silently appeared in the water. By the time he noticed the change in the surrounding water flow, it was already too late. The long ribbon suddenly rushed forward, tightly entangling the figure of the pursuer. A sword light had just emerged from the tracker's body when he suddenly felt a stinging pain in his neck and his whole body felt tightly wrapped. The severe pain made the tracker lose control of the flying sword for some reason. The sword light had just flown out of his body when it stopped in the water. Then it flickered and slowly sank into the water. He wanted to exert force to resist the huge entanglement, but the tracker found in despair that he could no longer control his body. It seemed that, apart from the feeling of pain, he had no other perception of his body. He had already seen what the ribbon around him was. It was a slender, poisonous python. It was dark green with black markings, making it look very similar to the underwater environment. The poisonous python was not very thick, but it already had the aura of a monster beast. It was just that the aura was very hidden. If it was not so close to his body, the tracker would not have been able to detect it. Being entangled by a demonic, beast-level, poisonous python, and most likely bitten, the pursuer was almost in despair. He really could not figure out why Yang Qin would jump into the water at this place. This was not the entrance to the immortal fallen abyss. Was he here to die? In despair, the sword light that had just sunk slowly began to rise again. Looking at the familiar sword light, the tracker's eyes shone with hope. However, when he saw that his flying sword was in Yang Chen's hand, his hope immediately turned into despair. Yang Chen was holding the flying sword in one hand and waving it about 10 feet away from him. His whole body was wrapped in the faint light of the token. It seemed that even his clothes were not wet. His other hand was holding something and waving it at him. The tracker saw it very clearly. It was a kind of detoxification medicine that often coexisted with highly poisonous demon pythons. Moreover, it was a piece of old 5-color Ganoderma. Seeing the 5-colored Zoysha in Yang Chen's hand, the tracker's eyes burst with hope again, but he couldn't say anything. He could only make a pleading expression on his face, hoping that Yang Chen could save him. Until now, he still did not understand why Yang Chen was not attacked by the demon python and was safe and sound, while he who had a higher cultivation was treated as prey. Sorry, I never save those who have ill intentions towards me. Yang Chen saw his begging, but he just shook his head slightly. Then the tracker heard Yang Chen's voice. Perhaps his hope was shattered again, and he no longer had the courage to survive. All his futile resistance was given up at this moment. The tracker immediately heard the sound of his bones breaking, and then his vision went black. He only saw 2 fangs appear, and then he entered a bag of meat filled with a fishy smell. Then he lost consciousness. At a close distance, watching the demon python swallow the tracker, Yang Chen stood motionless, as if he was not afraid of the demon python attacking him. After waiting for a while, the demon python, which had completely swallowed the tracker, swam up and down lazily in the water a few times. Its eyes swept over Yang Chen, but it seemed to be afraid of something, and it did not dare to go over. It seemed to be a little irritated, and it turned up and down a few times. Suddenly, the demon python opened its mouth, and a jade belt was spat out with a chinkuan bag tied to it. After spitting out these, there was a cracking sound in the body of the demon python, and its thick body seemed to be a little slender. The demon python seemed to feel comfortable, and once again looked at Yang Chen, and then silently turned around, disappearing into the bottom of the pool. You want to digest this kind of defensive magic weapon. Don't overestimate yourself. Yang Chen's mouth muttered, and directly grabbed the jade belt, grabbed the chinkuan bag, and quickly floated up. After a while, he came out of the water and jumped ashore. This was not the entrance to the immortal fallen abyss, but the nest of a demon python that stirred up trouble in Yang Chen's memory after he ascended 2,000 years later. However, that was 2,000 years later, and the current demon python has not yet matured. In Yang Chen's medicine garden, there were several kinds of medicinal herbs that the demon python was very resistant to, so the demon python did not attack Yang Chen. However, although it had not yet matured, it was still very easy for the demon python to deal with a master of the foundation stage, especially because its attention was attracted by Yang Chen, and the stalker was bitten by the demon python and was poisoned. There was no possibility of resistance. Poor guy, because of a moment of curiosity, and because he felt that his cultivation was higher than Yang Chen's, he could take Yang Chen's life at any time, and unknowingly he was led into a death trap by Yang Chen. The flying sword in his hand, because the owner's spiritual awareness had completely disappeared, became an ownerless object, and was easily marked by Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, and then thrown into the sword case. This level of flying sword, Yang Chen did not look at it very much, but it added to Yang Chen's collection. The 5-color Zoysha was a holy detoxification object, especially the 5-color Zoysha that was at least 1,000 years old. The more poisonous the demon python, the better the detoxification effect of the 5-color Zoysha. Just looking at the demon python bite, the foundation stage stalker could not control his flying sword. The toxicity could be seen. Naturally, the 5-color Zoysha that Yang Chen obtained was also the best of the best. What interested Yang Chen the most was the jade belt. Even after the demon python swallowed it, it could not be subdued and could only spit it out for Yang Chen. It was obviously a good protective magic weapon. It was also an ownerless object. After Yang Chen entered his own spiritual awareness, he discovered that it turned out to be a defensive magic weapon that was sacrificially refined with the fire jade boulder array. The best quality fire jade was used as the material, combined with the earth attribute of the boulder array. As long as the spiritual awareness was activated, it could immediately form a small protective array around the body. Right now, Yang Chen lacked such a protective magic weapon. Although the effect was not very strong, it could withstand a blow from an early-stage foundation stage master. With this fire jade belt, Yang Chen could also have an extra layer of security. The Qiankuan bag was directly thrown into the merit ring. Yang Chen first used the universe treasure-raising secret art to warm the fire jade belt, and then wore it on his body. The material was very good, but unfortunately Yang Chen's level was too low. Otherwise, if he spent some time using the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art to sacrificial refine it, it could definitely become a high-grade magic weapon. With this fire jade belt, Yang Chen felt that his overall strength had risen by 2 points. With a peace of mind, he simply began to organize the guy's Qiankuan bag next to the demon python's nest. Chapter 112. The Qiankuan bag was the standard of the Taishaman, and there was a clear mark of the Taishaman on it. At first, Yang Chen didn't know which sect this guy was from, but after seeing this mark, Yang Chen understood. In this life, he didn't seem to have the time to form a grudge with the Taishaman. So why did the Taishaman come to his door again and again? This made Yang Chen very angry. Was it because he had accepted a body-refining pill from Shi Shanshan when he was beheading people on the execution ground? If this could also lead to a guy in the great success stage of the foundation stage to spare no effort to suppress himself, then the people of the greatest heaven sect would seem too overbearing. Could it be because of the matter of the Taishaman's Jedon masters on the heaven stairway last time? Yang Chen thought about it and felt that this was the most likely reason. Even if the Taishaman were strong and could be said to be the #1 sect in the cultivation world, they couldn't afford the loss of several Jedon masters in a gathering of Qi refining stage disciples. Yang Chen said in public that he was going to the Immortal falling abyss. Obviously, the news had reached the Taishaman. Maybe they didn't know why Yang Chen did this, but later the palace master of Chuning Palace, the hall master of the medicine hall, and the hall master of the foreign affairs hall all rushed to Yang Chen's small courtyard. Obviously, something important had happened. With Chu Hung here, it was estimated that what happened in the 9 Earth Mountain Villa couldn't be hidden from the Taishaman. Even if they didn't know what exactly happened, they could roughly guess. Since even the hall master of the medicine hall, Zhu Qintao, appeared, it was obviously related to the medicinal pill. It was estimated that in order to figure out the details of Yang Chen, they sent people to follow him. Yang Chen had no psychological burden when he killed the Taishaman's people. Moreover, the people were not killed by Yang Chen. I went to find a piece of 5-colored Ganoderma myself, but you had to follow me down secretly. Are you going to blame me for not notifying you in advance? Inside the Qiankuan bag, there weren't many magic treasures, but there were several hundred kilograms of low-grade spirit stones. In Yang Chen's opinion, that guy was just a pauper in the building foundation realm. Apart from the fire jade belt and the flying sword, there wasn't even a magic treasure. Yang Chen didn't care about talismans or talisman treasures. However, there were a few medicinal herbs that made Yang Chen very happy. They were around 100 years old and weren't particularly precious. However, they also had good medicinal power. It was just enough for Yang Chen to refine a few batches of good medicine. There were also a few pieces of ores that were not low in quality, but they were not too rare items. They were just materials that were above the medium level, but they could be used a little when sacrificially refining the profound spirit furnace. It was better than nothing. The only thing that made Yang Chen happy was a few pieces of jade slips. Yang Chen carefully picked it up and explored it with a spiritual awareness. There were a few pill recipes. One was the pill recipe of the Yin Yang Good Fortune pill, which used the 1,000-year-old ginseng as the main medicine. which was of great use when the disciples of the Foundation realm condensed their Dan. Unfortunately, Yang Chen already knew the pill recipe, which didn't mean much to him. There was also a pill recipe of the building foundation pill, which also didn't mean much to Yang Chen. The Huang Ji thick earth secret art was the earth attribute cultivation method of the Taishaman. It was almost the best earth attribute cultivation method under the Jian stage. The two words Huang Ji also represented the meaning of the extreme, which was a lot higher than the earth attribute cultivation method that Yang Chen was now diligently cultivating. After reading the entire cultivation method, Yang Chen was ecstatic. Originally, Yang Chen's Yin-Yang 5 elements secret art was pieced together. Now that there was this Huang Ji thick earth secret art, Yang Chen almost immediately wanted to return the original cultivation method. But Yang Chen still resisted and first looked at what was recorded on the other pieces of jade slips. The two array diagrams were of the earth attribute, mainly for defense. One of them was the rock array on the fire jade belt, and the other was also very ordinary. Yang Chen put it aside. On the last piece of jade slip, it recorded the physical illustrations of various medicinal materials and ores made by the Taishaman. At the same time, it also recorded some common magic weapon refining methods. But the content was a lot more than what was recorded in the Chunyang Palace. After all, the Taishaman was the first big name, and it was more profound than the second-rate sect of the Chunyang Palace. Unfortunately, it was not of much use to Yang Chen. After sorting out all of this, Yang Chen picked up the Huang Ji thick earth secret art again and began to carefully comprehend the content. Yang Chen did not cultivate the earth attribute cultivation method in his previous life, so he was very cautious. In the beginning, he only cultivated the entry-level cultivation method, so he did not need to pay too much attention to it. However, the Huang Ji thick earth secret art was a higher quality cultivation method, so he must try his best to master it before starting to cultivate it. Not all the incantations could be comprehended with just a glance. Everyone had their own views and understanding. It was impossible for the creator of the cultivation method to describe everything in classical Chinese. It all depended on the cultivator's own comprehension. This time, Yang Chen was very cautious. He comprehended for a full 10 days before starting to cultivate. Fortunately, there was a disciple who laid the foundation cultivation method before him. The Huang Ji thick earth secret art quickly completed the circulatory cycle, officially replacing the original foundation cultivation method. The Yin-Yang 5 elements secret art was fully operated, and Yang Chen had to start adjusting the cultivation speed of the Huang Ji thick earth secret art in order to achieve balance with other cultivation methods. However, the overall efficiency improvement brought about by the advanced cultivation method, Yang Chen immediately felt it after the balance. The speed of the accumulation of spiritual power was at least 20% higher than before. Now, among the Yin-Yang 5 elements secret art of Yang Chen, there were already 3 kinds of advanced cultivation methods. Among them, the third fire, fourth fire secret art had always been advanced cultivation methods, plus the newly obtained Huang Ji thick earth secret art. He believed that if all 10 kinds of cultivation methods were replaced with advanced ones, it would be much higher than it is now. Solving the tracker and cultivating delayed Yang Chen for half a month. After doing all this, Yang Chen leisurely rode the bamboo eagle to the valley where the entrance to the Immortal fallen abyss was located. Directly using spiritual power to input the token, the light on the token quickly enveloped Yang Chen's whole body. Then, the light ball wrapped around Yang Chen began to slowly sink into the ground. The Immortal fallen abyss, the only exit of the underground spirit beast, was originally underground. The array here allowed people with a token to enter. Newcomer. Soon, Yang Chen appeared in a stone room with stone walls on all 6 sides. There was no one else in the stone room. Only Yang Chen was alone. But soon a voice sounded in Yang Chen's ear. "Which sect are you from? Report your identity." Chunyang Palace, Outer Sect, Disciple Yang Qin. Yang Qin knew that this was the rule and naturally stated his identity. Outer Sect Disciple? Qi Refining Stage? The owner of the voice obviously did not expect Yang Chen's cultivation. He was stunned for a moment, and there was a clear surprise in his tone. Chunyang Palace, Outer Sect Disciple? Another person's voice suddenly sounded in Yang Chen's ear. Little Qi Refining Stage, is this immortal fallen abyss a place where you can come? Chapter 113. Which expert is it? I, Yang Chen, would like to meet you. Yang Chen cupped his fists and spoke to the direction of the voice. The other party's words were very impolite, but Yang Chen felt a sense of familiarity, just that he couldn't remember who it was. Humph. With a cold snort, the stone wall in front of Yang Chen suddenly disappeared, and Yang Chen's figure directly stood on an empty flat ground. There was no sunlight here, only a few glowing luminous pearls above his head provided illumination, although it was not as bright as the sun. For these cultivators, it was enough for them to see everything clearly. In front of Yang Chen stood a row of 4 people. The person who had just spoken and snorted were 2 of them. Yang Chen knew that these were the gatekeepers of the surface entrance of the Immortal Fall Abyss, which had always been guarded by the elite disciples of the major sections. These guards were at least at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and together with the formation at the entrance, they were enough to resist a mid-golden core expert. Among the 4 people, 3 were people that Yang Chen knew in his previous life, and only 1 he had no impression of. Now Yang Chen had confirmed that the person who had snorted just now was a valiant guy from the Tianquan sect who had chased after him in his previous life, called Jin Tao. At that time he was already at the peak of the golden core stage, and now he was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. In his previous life, he had chased after Yang Chen because of the Taishiman's kill order. So now Jin Tao had no reason to treat Yang Chen like that. However, Yang Chen immediately remembered that he had killed Han Jianda and the Golden Core Grandmaster from the Tianquan sect who had been crippled by him on the floating mountain. Perhaps this was the reason. This immortal fall abyss, can't Qi condensation cultivators come? At this moment, Yang Chen also began to pretend to be ignorant, looking around like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. After looking around for a long time, he focused his gaze on the 4 people in front of him, his face full of fear and trepidation, as if he was very unwilling. The immortal falling abyss is not a place where a small Qi condensation disciple like you can enter. The one who spoke was still Jin Tao. You don't have the qualifications. Chunyang Palace is getting more and more outrageous. They even gave this qualification to a disciple in the Qi refining stage. Jin Tao's tone was extremely arrogant. He even mentioned the lord of Chunyang Palace. Anyway, except for Yang Chen, a small disciple in Lianqi realm, there was no one from Chunyang Palace here. Even if his words were a little arrogant, it was not a big deal. The key was to vent the anger of the sect. Disciple Yang Chen greets Elder Wu. Yang Chen's expression didn't change at all. Instead, there was a look of reverence on his face as he bowed to Jin Tao, who had just mocked him. Yang Chen's actions puzzled the 4, but none of them dared to accept Yang Chen's bow. Yang Chen made it very clear that he wanted to see Elder Wu. There was only one Elder Wu in the Immortal Falling Abyss, and that was Elder Wu Xiong, who was elected by all the sects to oversee the Immortal Falling Abyss. Elder Wu Xiong was originally a rogue cultivator, but with his amazing comprehension and talent, he had already cultivated to the Mahayana stage. Because of his good character and superb strength, he was in charge of the Immortal Falling Abyss. At the same time, he was also the person in charge of the Immortal Falling Abyss. All the rules of the Immortal Falling Abyss were set by Wu Xiong, and no one dared to violate them. No matter how arrogant Jin Tao was, he wouldn't dare to accept Yang Chen's bow to Wu Xiong. Otherwise, there would be no need for the people of the falling Immortal Abyss to make a move. As long as the head of the Tianquan sect knew about this matter, he would directly abolish his cultivation base and be expelled from the sect. You're not Elder Wu? Yang Chen's tone also changed when Jin Tao dodged. I never said I was Elder Wu. Jin Tao snorted again. None of the four knew what Yang Chen was up to. The Immortal Falling Abyss has changed its rules, and the heads of the sects clearly don't know about it. At least when my palace master gave me the Immortal Falling Abyss token. He didn't say that Qi condensation disciples couldn't go there. Yang Chen stared at Jin Tao's face and suddenly smiled. I've searched through the ancient records, but I didn't know that there was such a rule in the Immortal Falling Abyss. It seems that this is the new rule of the Immortal Falling Abyss. Apart from the heads of the sects, it seems that only Elder Wu can change the rules. Since you're not Elder Wu, then there's no point in saying more. Yang Chen cupped his hands. I will leave and report the new rules of the Immortal Falling Abyss to my palace master. As soon as he finished speaking, the token in his hand flashed, and a faint light once again wrapped around Yang Chen as he was about to leave. Wait, including Jin Tao, the four people were scared out of their wits on the spot. There had never been such a rule in the Immortal Falling Abyss, but Jin Tao didn't feel good when he heard Yang Chen's name, so he subconsciously wanted to suppress him. He didn't expect that Yang Chen would grab onto his sore foot. If they let Yang Chen leave and report this to the palace master of Chunying Palace, the four people present wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. The four people didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly stopped Yang Chen. Jin Tao took a step forward and shouted, Yang Chen, you have no proof and want to falsely accuse us. Do you know what kind of crime this is? No proof? Yang Chen laughed. How could that be? His hand flashed, and a sound storage rune appeared in his hand. Then the conversation between Yang Chen and Jin Tao was immediately transmitted to everyone's ears. From Yang Chen asking if Qi condensation cultivators could enter the Immortal Falling Abyss, to Jin Tao replying that not Qi condensation cultivators could enter the Immortal Falling Abyss. Hearing this, the four people's faces immediately paled. Yang Chen had the token in his hand. When he first entered, it was already recorded. It wasn't an invasion by demons, and he didn't violate the rules. Now, even if the four of them wanted to use force to snatch the rune in Yang Chen's hand, it was impossible. Their responsibility was to guard the gate, not attack their own people. However, with such a rune in hand, as long as Yang Chen took it back to the palace master of Chunying Palace, Jin Tao would definitely be in big trouble. Even the other three people would definitely be punished because they didn't stop Jin Tao from making a mistake. How could a small foundation establishment cultivator like Jin Tao violate the rules of the Immortal Falling Abyss? The duty of the gatekeepers was to guard the gate. They only needed to verify that the person and the token were correct. If they dared to break the rules, they would be committing a great crime. No matter how much the Tianquan sect valued Jin Tao, they didn't dare to offend Elder Wu Xiong. This wasn't just a matter of face. It also involved the interests of the sect. If they really let Yang Chen turn around and leave, the four of them definitely wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Among the four, there was a quick-witted person that Yang Chen didn't know. He immediately rushed over and grabbed Yang Chen's arm, saying, I was just joking. Junior Yang Chen, please don't take it to heart. Chapter 114. It wasn't that he was giving in, but that the talisman in Yang Chen's hand had disappeared. He couldn't grab it, even if he wanted to, so he could only use soft words to make Yang Chen stay. As long as Yang Chen didn't say anything, nothing would happen to the four of them. This person pulled Yang Chen to accompany him with a smile, but his eyes swept over Jin Tao's face, indicating. In the end, he was just a bystander. The real culprit was Jin Tao. This glance was for Jin Tao to come over and solve the problem himself. Jin Tao had never expected that his careless words would be seized upon by the hateful brat in front of him. The brat had even recorded it on the sound storage talisman stone. If he took it outside, he would never be able to explain himself. Sometimes it was okay to kill people, but not to break the rules. Coincidentally, the fallen Immortal Valley was such a place. Even if a nascent soul cultivator broke the rules, he wouldn't be able to escape Elder Wuxiong's pursuit, let alone Jin Tao, who was only at the peak of the fallen Immortal Valley. The Immortal Falling Abyss was an important place. Once there was a mishap, it would mean a great loss of life. Who could bear this responsibility? Being careful was one thing, but breaking the rules was equivalent to courting death. Are you kidding me? Yang Chen's smile made him feel fake, as if he had been starving for a few days and had just seen a meat bun. He didn't hide his greed at all. So you're saying that I, a small Qi training stage disciple, can enter the fallen Immortal Valley? Of course you can, the guy pulling Yang Chen said with a smile, then let go. Jin Tao was already here, so it was Jin Tao's problem. Anyway, if they really couldn't come to an agreement, they wouldn't be the main culprit. Everyone could see what Yang Chen's expression meant. Whoever caused the trouble would have to settle it. They were all smart people, no one was a fool. Unfortunately, Jin Tao had no choice but to be taken advantage of. The talisman stone in Yang Chen's hand was enough to take away half his life. No matter how much Jin Tao disliked Yang Chen, even if Yang Chen killed the Tianquan sect's disciples and crippled 2 of their golden core cultivators on the stairway to heaven, he could only swallow his anger. The other 3 had already disappeared from Yang Chen's sight. This meant that no matter what Jin Tao did, they would not be able to see him. At the same time, it meant that whatever happened here had nothing to do with them. Of course, Jin Tao did not dare to make a move in the fallen Immortal Abyss, so he could only grit his teeth and apologize. Junior Brother Yang, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Jin Tao's expression also quickly changed, and he even began to address Yang Kai as Junior Brother Yang. Originally, when a Qi condensation outer sect disciple met an inner sect disciple, he would have to address them as martial uncle. But now he was lowering his seniority for no reason, just so that Yang Chen would forgive him. But judging from Senior Brother's tone just now, you don't seem to be joking. Yang Chen's expression suddenly turned serious like an actor's. That's because I'm afraid that Junior Brother Yang doesn't know how dangerous this place is, and will be at a disadvantage if you're careless. Jin Tao acted as if he didn't see Yang Chen's change of expression. His expression didn't change at all, and he still said with a smile, "Coincidentally, I have something that suits Junior Brother Yang. See if you like it?" With that, Jin Tao took out a small silk eagle from his spatial pouch and stuffed it into Yang Chen's hand without even looking at it. This is a flying magic artifact, refined by me. It's made from profound ice silk. It's a bit faster than your bamboo eagle, so feel free to take it. No one was easy to get along with. Just from Jin Tao's smiling face in the face of Yang Chen's cold expression, it was clear that Jin Tao was definitely a person who could get along well with others. The other 4 were the same, so Yang Chen had no reason to be angry. It's only a bit faster. It doesn't seem to be of much use here, right? Yang Chen said, but his hands were not polite as he put the silk eagle into the Qinkuan bag. His face showed a smile, and he said, "In fact, this junior brother came to the Immortal Falling Abyss, not for anything else, just to get some 5 elements spirit essence. Does senior brother have any here? Can you give me 1,000 or 800 yuan, so that junior brother can broaden his horizons?" Jin Tao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Yang Chen's words. Who didn't come to the fallen Immortal Abyss for the 5 elements spirit essence? Was there even a need for Yang Chen to say it? But the problem was that it wasn't that easy to obtain the 5 elements spirit essence. How could he just give 1,000? Jin Tao had been here for at least 4 years, but he only had a little over 3,000 on hand. How could he just give 1,000 to Yang Chen? It was not enough if he did not show some sincerity. It would obviously not work. In Jin Tao's eyes, there was a flash of a fierce color, but it flashed away and immediately turned into a flattering look. He smiled and escaped from the Qinkuan bag with 205 color crystals and forced them into Yang Chen's hand. Isn't it easy for junior brother to get the spirit essence? Take these first. If it's not enough, then we'll talk about it later. Jin Tao didn't seem to care at all. Now that we've settled down in the fallen immortal abyss, I'll take you to fight those underground spirit beasts. It's much more precious to fight for it than to get it directly. Haha. Yang Qin still didn't hold back. In any case, Jin Tao's one wrong word had cost him 200 pieces of 5 elements spirit essence. He was probably heartbroken to death, but it was unlikely that he would do anything more. Yang Qin also knew that it was better to stop while he was ahead. He immediately put on a very straightforward expression and chuckled. Since senior brother has said so, it would be impolite to refuse. Junior brother, look at that talisman stone just now. Jin Tao asked with a smile after Yang Qin put the 5 elements spirit essence into his spatial pouch. Look at my bad memory. Yang Qin patted his head, took out the talisman stone from his spatial pouch, and handed it to Jin Tao. Junior brother was just joking. Don't take it to heart, senior brother. Jin Tao practically grabbed the talisman stone and infused it with spiritual power. When he heard that it was exactly what Yang Qin had just said, he immediately crushed it to pieces. After doing all this, Jin Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Yang Qin's eyes, it seemed that there was more intimacy. This is junior brother's first time coming to the fallen immortal abyss. So I have to teach you the rules. Otherwise, if you make a mistake, you might get injured or even lose your life. Junior brother, you mustn't neglect this. Jin Tao seemed to have become even more intimate with Yang Qin now that the problem had been solved. Please give me some pointers, senior brother. Yang Qin smiled and cupped his hands. He didn't take it to heart at all. I won't hide it from junior brother Yang. This is only the entrance to the fallen immortal abyss. The underground spirit beasts in the fallen immortal abyss aren't so easily defeated. Jin Tao smiled. Every newcomer to the fallen immortal abyss has to learn for a few days how to kill the underground spirit beasts. Only when they can kill an underground spirit beast by themselves will they be allowed to enter the true fallen immortal abyss. Junior brother, you should learn from me for a few days. It won't be too late to enter the fallen immortal abyss when you can defeat an underground spirit beast. Chapter 115. Jin Tao's words were well-founded and didn't violate the rules in the slightest. When newcomers arrived at the Immortal Fall Abyss, they first had to receive guidance from the elders before entering the true Immortal Fall Abyss to fight. This was a rule set by Elder Wu and the heads of the major sections. The main purpose was to prevent newcomers from not understanding the characteristics of the underground spirit beasts and increase the number of casualties. The reasoning was very reasonable, and the rules were very complete. No one could bypass them. Faced with Jin Tao's sudden enthusiasm, Yang Qin didn't lose his vigilance. He wasn't naive enough to think that he had Jin Tao's weakness in his hands and could do whatever he wanted. Faced with Jin Tao's sudden enthusiasm, Yang Qin didn't lose his vigilance. He wasn't naive enough to think that he had Jin Tao's weakness in his hands and could do whatever he wanted. A Peak Foundation establishment expert being blackmailed by a third-layer qi refining cultivator. No one would be willing to do so. There was clearly some kind of conspiracy going on. Soon, under Jin Tao's arrangements, Yang Qin entered Separation Village, a supply town formed by cultivators at the entrance of the Immortal Fall Abyss. Separation Village was at the entrance of the Immortal Fall Abyss, and it was also included in the formation at the entrance. Once out of the formation was Separation Village. The village was underground, just like the entrance. Hundreds of luminous pearls the size of a human head were scattered overhead, illuminating the village as if it was daytime. However, it still seemed a little dark. Even the ruler of a country wouldn't be able to afford such a grand display in the secular world. But here, no one took a second look at the luminous pearls. There were many houses, but they were all very simple and crude. Surprisingly, the concentration of spiritual energy here was much higher than above ground. If he were to cultivate here, it would be much more efficient than outside. Unfortunately, one was only allowed to cultivate for a maximum of 10 years in the Immortal Fall Abyss. After that, one couldn't enter again. This was also a measure taken to balance out the various sections. Separation Village was an important supply station for cultivators in the Immortal Fall Abyss. This wasn't their home, nor was it their sect, but a supply station. The village itself was a huge market. Anyone who could enter the village could do business in the village. However, the currency used here was not the spirit stones from the outside, but the spirit marrow obtained from the bodies of the underground spirit beasts. The 5 elements spirit marrow was the essence of a kind of underground or formed in the bodies of underground spirit beasts, so it was called spirit marrow. Compared to spirit stones, which were measured by weight, spirit essences were measured by blocks. Every piece of spirit marrow was the same size and weight. As for the 5 elements spiritual marrow, it was only the color that was different. Spirit stones could provide spiritual power and could also be used for transportation. However, there was only one use for the spirit marrow, and that was to increase the speed at which the spirit veins surged out. Generally speaking, a spiritual vein that could support the cultivation of a golden core stage required 10,000 pieces of each of the 5 elements spiritual marrow. A total of 50,000 pieces could double the spiritual power. During the 10 years in the Immortal Falling Abyss, very few people were able to kill underground spirit beasts and obtain enough spirit essence. Normally, a few people from the same sect would work together and gather the spirit marrow they obtained to improve a spiritual vein and provide it for a few people to cultivate at the same time. With such a use, one would naturally have to use spirit marrow to exchange for everything in Separation Village. This was the case for elixirs and Dharma treasures. Yang Qin was a newcomer. Under Jin Tao's guidance, he was assigned a room that belonged to him for the next 10 years. At the same time, he was given a jade slip that introduced various types of underground spirit beasts and settled down. Junior brother Yang, you must carefully study the weaknesses of the underground spirit beasts. You must remember that this concerns your life. Jin Tao was afraid that Yang Qin didn't understand the seriousness of the matter, so he tried his best to remind him. When you feel that it's about time, you will need to undergo a test. Once you pass the test, you can enter the real Immortal Falling Abyss to hunt for spirit marrow. How will this test be carried out? Yang Qin asked a question on the road. There's a training field in the Luo village. You can pass the test by killing 1 spirit beast of each of the 5 elements, Jin Tao said with a smile. He tried to make it sound as simple as possible. Let me know when you're ready. Thank you, senior brother. Yang Qin said politely as he sent Jin Tao off. After watching Jin Tao leave, Yang Qin sat down and examined the jade slip with his divine sense. A cold smile immediately appeared on his face. The jade slip did indeed record the weaknesses of the various 5 elements spiritual beasts, but that was all. Underground spirit beasts didn't only have 1 type of strength, and the jade slip didn't contain information on the different levels. Although they had the same weaknesses, everyone knew that meeting a low-level spirit beast and a high-level spirit beast wouldn't result in the same outcome. Jin Tao had given Yang Qin such a jade slip, so it was clear that he had some ulterior motives. Unfortunately, he had encountered Yang Qin. Perhaps Jin Tao's knowledge of underground spirit beasts would be multiplied by 10, and he still wouldn't be able to surpass Yang Qin's. His efforts were destined to be in vain. Evil intentions could harm people's hearts, so Yang Qin now had 1 more enemy in his heart, Jin Tao. If Jin Tao knew that his arrangement today had completely offended Yang Qin, he did not know if he would regret it. There was nothing special about the house. It was just for Yang Qin to rest in Separation Village. There was only a simple bed and a futon. Yang Qin didn't care about this at all. He didn't even sit down before he left the house and went to a marketplace in a corner of Separation Village. The Immortal Falling Abyss was underground, so there was no distinction between day and night. At any time, there were people coming in and out of the village, and there were people coming and going in the marketplace. Yang Qin didn't feel strange at all. There was no open space in the middle of the bustling market. He directly found a small open space in the corner. Then he took out a jade bottle from his chinquan bag and put it on the ground. In front of the jade bottle, there was a conspicuous piece of white cloth with 2 rows of black words written on it. Second cycle Qi nourishing pill. 1 piece of jade essence, 10 pills. After putting it away, he didn't shout, he just sat quietly, waiting for the guests to come. There were not many people in the corner. Yang Chen was a new face, and he was also a disciple in the Qi refining stage. These foundation establishment stage and dance stage masters could almost determine that Yang Chen was in the early stage of refining stage with a scan of their spiritual awareness. What good things could a junior in the Qi refining stage have? No one stopped in front of him at all. In such a situation, Yang Chen was not anxious at all. He just sat quietly and slowly practiced the 3 purities secret art. Only the 3 purities secret art could stop at any time without interference. Just after practicing for less than half an hour, Yang Chen felt that there was one more person in front of him. At the same time, a low exclamation came into his ears. Do you really have a second cycle Qi nourishing pill? Chapter 116. The other party's voice was a little surprised, but it was still mixed with more doubts. A second-grade medicinal pill, even if it was a Qi cultivating pill, should not be refined by a disciple in the Qi refining stage. Moreover, the price that Yang Chen marked was a little low, making people have to wonder if Yang Chen was deceiving people. Yang Chen didn't even raise his head. He just opened the jade bottle and then casually poured out a dozen medicinal pills from the jade bottle, poured them on the white cloth in front of him, stretched out his hand, and motioned for the other party to see. The traces of second-grade medicinal pills were very obvious, and the aura was also very pure. There seemed to be no problem. The other party probably also felt that Yang Chen's medicinal pills were cheap, so he didn't bargain, threw down a spiritual marrow, counted 10 Qi cultivating pills, and then turned to leave. There was only one sentence between the two, and the next was all action, and a deal was reached. The guy who made the deal was also interesting, and Yang Chen liked it very much. It was originally a deal. Why make it so complicated? After putting away the spiritual marrow, Yang Chen continued to sit quietly, cultivating the 3 purities secret art while waiting for the customer to come. But this time he didn't wait for long. Just a moment later, the guy who had just bought his 10 Qi cultivating pills returned, squatted in front of him, and asked in a low voice, "How many of these medicinal pills do you have? I will buy them all." "All of them?" Yang Chen raised his head and saw a handsome face. He had never seen it before, but at first glance, it gave people a good feeling. He nodded and replied casually, "I have 550 pieces of spiritual marrow on hand for the time being." As he spoke, he took out 5 jade bottles and placed them on the white cloth. Without saying anything, the other party also took out 50 pieces of spiritual marrow, grabbed the jade bottle, and stood up. Before leaving, he suddenly said, "If there are more in the future, I will buy them all. I will go back and refine pills, and come back here after refining 500. Yang Chen didn't agree directly. He just smiled and said, "Whether you can meet it or not, it depends on your luck." The other party also nodded and didn't say anything more. He left the market directly. It seemed that he went straight to the immortal falling abyss. He came back just to replenish the medicinal pills and take a little rest. Although Jin Tao did not appear, he has been monitoring Yang Chen's actions with his spiritual awareness. Seeing that Yang Chen had gone to the market, he followed him for a while and found that Yang Chen had sold 50 pieces of spiritual marrow directly. He couldn't help but be surprised. Back in his room, Yang Chen did not hide it. He took out the profound spirit furnace and began to refine medicinal pills. Yang Chen could refine 100 Qi nourishing pills in one furnace, and for the second grade refining, it would take him 2 hours. After refining 5 furnaces, he began to do his daily homework. After swallowing a millennium profound yang fruit, he began to cultivate the yin-yang 5 elements secret art. There was no day and night in the underground, and Yang Qin did not follow any time. After the cultivation, he went to the market to sell the second-grade qi dan. There were very few people in that corner, but there were always people who would see it. Those who saw it usually took a medicinal pill to try it, and then they would buy all of Yang Chen's medicinal pills. In this way, almost every 12 hours, about a day's time, Yang Chen could exchange medicinal pills for 50 pieces of spiritual marrow. For more than 10 days, Jin Tao, who had been monitoring Yang Chen, almost began to be jealous. He came here almost to get more than 3,000 pieces, but Yang Chen had already gotten hundreds of pieces in just 10 days, close to 1,000 pieces. Such a speed! How could it not make him salivate? This was also good. The more spiritual marrow Yang Chen earned. Then when something happened to Yang Chen during the test, Jin Tao would get more spiritual marrow. Jin Tao secretly planned in his heart, but he did not act rashly. This kind of life lasted for more than 20 days. Only then did Yang Chen use up all the medicinal ingredients he had collected to refine the qi dan. In exchange, he had more than 1,300 pieces of spiritual marrow. Without medicinal ingredients, Yang Chen finally decided to make a trip to the Immortal falling abyss. After a little preparation, Yang Chen directly found Jin Tao and asked him to arrange the test. Jin Tao sneered in his heart and brought Yang Chen to the trial field. After pretending to give Yang Chen some pointers, he pushed Yang Chen into the trial field, then controlled the trial field's formation and opened the restriction on the underground spirit beast. Then, Jin Tao waited patiently outside the training grounds, as long as Yang Chen died inside, and then Jin Tao unknowingly replaced the jade slip. The spiritual essence in Yang Chen's Qingquan bag would be in Jin Tao's pocket. This was an unexpected surprise. Originally, he only wanted to thoroughly teach Yang Chen a lesson. Now that he had more than 1,000 pieces of spiritual marrow, he would be lying if he said he was not happy. More than 1,000 pieces of spiritual marrow was something that Jin Tao could collect in a year. As for Yang Chen being accidentally killed by the underground spirit beast, this was too normal. Even foundation establishment stage and golden core stage experts could be killed by the underground spirit beasts if they were not careful in the immortal fallen abyss. It was normal for a qi condensation junior to die, who told him to overestimate himself and challenge a high-level underground spirit beast at the early stage of qi condensation. He deserved to die. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame the person who gave him the token. He clearly knew that Yang Chen's cultivation was low, yet he still sent him to the immortal falling abyss. That was sending Yang Chen to his death. Who knew that Jin Tao didn't give Yang Chen the complete information on the underground spirit beasts. Furthermore, Jin Tao should have released the 5 high-level spirit beasts one by one, but Jin Tao released all 5 high-level spirit beasts at once. Even if he was at the peak of Foundation establishment, it would take him at least a few days and nights of attrition to kill 5 high-level spirit beasts at once. Sometimes, encountering spirit beasts that restrained him was the most tragic thing in the immortal falling abyss. The only thing that Jin Tao wasn't sure about was how long it would take for Yang Chen to deal with 5 high-level spirit beasts at once. 5 breaths? 10 breaths? The trial field's formation was its own system, so no matter what happened inside, it wouldn't disturb the villagers. Jin Tao was confidently and boldly waiting for the bad news to happen in the trial field. When he was fantasizing about the large amount of spirit essence coming in, the trial field behind him made a sound, the formation opened, and Yang Chen slowly walked out from inside. Its 5 metal attribute spirit beasts, which just so happens to be restrained by my fire attribute. Yang Chen had a relaxed smile on his face, without the slightest trace of exhaustion. He smiled and cupped his hands at Jin Tao. "Thank you, Senior Jin, for taking care of me and allowing me to enter the immortal falling abyss earlier. Thank you very much." At that moment, Jin Tao's expression was extremely interesting. It was as if he had given the other party a large sum of money just as he was about to collect a debt. The expression of disbelief and disbelief was all concentrated on his face. Looking at Yang Chen's smile, Jin Tao even had a feeling of wanting to cry. Chapter 117. All of them were metal attribute low-level spirit beasts. Jin Tao was so depressed that he wanted to cry. He had clearly arranged for 5 high-level spirit beasts. So how did they end up as low-level spirit beasts? And they were all metal attribute spirit beasts that were restrained by Yang Chen's fire attribute? He wanted to make sure that Yang Chen didn't pass, but restarting the trial by himself would inevitably attract the attention of others, and he might be the one to be exposed. Jin Tao didn't dare let his actions be exposed, so he had to make up for it. Junior brother Yang's luck is really good, Jin Tao said with a congratulatory expression, then pretended to say casually, "The test has been passed, so junior brother Yang can enter Immortal Falling Abyss at any time. However, junior brother has to return the jade slip with the introduction to the underground spirit beasts. The next person who enters will have to learn it." Yang Chen glanced at Jin Tao with a smile, then reached into his cosmos bag and took out the jade slip. He said in a profound manner, "Senior brother Jin, you must keep it safe. If you accidentally lose any of its contents, it will be troublesome." Jin Tao's heart jumped, and he almost couldn't help but attack Yang Chen. He finally remembered where he was in time and forcefully suppressed his desire to attack. He didn't dare to look at Yang Chen again, afraid that he would make a big mistake on impulse. "Hey, this is the end of the skill. It's not worth a mention." Yang Chen shook his head, sneered, stared at Jin Tao, and turned to leave. The moment he was stared at by Yang Chen, Jin Tao's body suddenly trembled and he was drenched in sweat, as if he had experienced life or death. Yang Chen's eyes seemed to carry the light of death. He saw through everything and completely strangled Jin Tao's thoughts of attacking him in the cradle. A Peak Foundation establishment cultivator wants to condense a core? Dream on. Far away, Yang Chen left an unusually disdainful evaluation and completely disappeared in the perception of Jin Tao's spiritual awareness. Even with Jin Tao's ability, he didn't know how Yang Chen disappeared. Jin Tao, who had wanted to struggle when he heard Yang Chen's last sentence, was shocked once again. Yang Chen's words were like knives and axes, deeply engraving in his mind. His mind was filled with Yang Chen's disdainful dream on. All of a sudden, Jin Tao felt disheartened. He could no longer muster up the courage to work hard. It was as if he was only left with a shell. His mind was empty, leaving only regret. At this time, Jin Tao began to ponder over the strangeness of this matter. If Yang Chen was just a junior in the qi refining stage, how could the token that should be in the hands of the head of the palace in Chunyang Palace fall into the hands of Yang Chen? Could it be that the eyesight of the master of Chunyang Palace, who had reached the profound Yuanying realm, was not as good as that of Jin Tao? Since he had made such arrangements, Jin Tao should have known that he couldn't act on impulse. But at that time, Jin Tao didn't know why he was possessed. As soon as he heard the name of Yang Chen, he wanted to suppress and subdue him, and completely ignored these things. Now that he thought about it, Jin Tao regretted it so much that his intestines were almost green. His mind was full of frustration, countless regrets and questions, and his whole body was only disheartened. Yes, he couldn't even see such a simple thing. How could he condense the Dan? Yang Chen's sentence, "Dream on," once again hit Jin Tao's heart hard. Jin Tao just sat there, silly. What Yang Chen used was a small means to shock the mind. There were several simple spells in the 3 purities secret art, one of which was the God-shaking technique. It was said to be a small means, but it was for the level of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. In this world, it was definitely a unique skill among the unique skills. The God-shaking technique was usually used when the target was discouraged, to remind the other party not to relax, and it had the same effect as a severe warning. However, in Jin Tao's case, Yang Chen did the opposite. Directly when he did something wrong and felt guilty, he took advantage of it and destroyed his confidence in one fell swoop. It was equivalent to planting a heart demon in Jin Tao's mind. As long as he cultivated, this depressed thought would appear. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base was higher than Jin Tao's by a great realm, and in this world, Yang Chen had not seen anyone who could resist the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord's unique skill. Therefore, Yang Chen succeeded in one fell swoop. Jin Tao, however, had no idea that he had been calculated by Yang Chen. He was just immersed in remorse and kept reviewing himself. Perhaps in his previous life, Yang Chen would only admit that he was unlucky, admit that he failed, and then cultivate again. But in this life, Yang Chen would not let go of anyone who had the intention to kill him. As for Jin Tao, Yang Chen did not consider him for the time being a guy who was haunted by a heart demon, unless there was a powerful expert who discovered his state and spent his cultivation base to solve it for him. Jin Tao could only maintain the state. A guy who had completely lost his confidence in cultivation, no matter how high his cultivation base was already a waste among cultivators. This ending was even worse than death. Maybe Jin Tao would have his chance to crack Yang Chen's God-shaking technique. However, Yang Chen believed that when he saw Jin Tao next time, even if it was face-to-face, Yang Chen could kill Jin Tao. In the immortal falling abyss, Yang Chen had such confidence. Yang Chen had discovered that the killing intent of the immortal beheading stage required Yang Chen to kill continuously in order to gain recognition. In the illusion of the heaven stairway, Yang Chen only integrated a small part, which was just enough to stimulate the will of the immortal beheading stage by killing the underground spirit beasts in the immortal falling abyss. Yang Chen believed that as long as he could fully integrate the will of the immortal beheading stage, his strength would take a qualitative leap. There wasn't much light outside of Li Luo village. It was pitch black everywhere. The reason why the immortal falling abyss was so named was because cultivators could die here if they were not careful. In absolute darkness, if they were surrounded by a large number of underground spirit beasts, unless they were at the nascent soul stage, they would die. Because there were many people living near the village, there were relatively few underground spirit beasts. Yang Chen walked out from this side, and with the help of the weak light from Fallen Village, Yang Chen began to calculate his location. That guy from the Heavenly Court had only told Yang Chen a rough area, so Yang Chen had to rely on his memory and direction to determine his position. Very soon, Yang Chen found his direction and walked towards the darkness. Not long after Yang Chen left Fallen Village, someone rushed to the corner of the market where Yang Chen usually set up his stall. The person looked at the empty ground and suddenly shouted, "Where did the pill refiner who refined the second revolution pill go?" His shout immediately caused an uproar in the entire marketplace. Second grade pill refiner? Where is he? Where is it? Countless people began to rush over. Chapter 118. Life in the immortal falling abyss was very dull. In order to obtain enough spiritual essence, apart from resting and replenishing supplies, one basically had to fight in the immortal falling abyss. Most of the time, those who could persist in such a dull and long battle were battle maniacs. Pill refiners and pill refiners who focused on refining pills and tools were often not very good at fighting. Thus, very few of them would come to the immortal falling abyss. Any battle required the use of spiritual energy and weapons, but it was inevitable that one would get injured and damage their magic treasures. Under normal circumstances, even a battle maniac would be able to refine some first-grade medicinal pills for healing or restoring spiritual power. However, second-grade medicinal pills were something that these people would never be able to reach. The rank of a pill refiner, apart from the high grade of pills they could refine, was most importantly the rank of the pill. No matter how low their cultivation was, a second-grade pill refiner would have a better future than an ordinary pill refiner. To be able to meet a second-grade pill refiner in the immortal falling abyss was simply a stroke of great luck. Looking at the position of the person who spoke, Everyone vaguely remembered that there was a young man selling pills here a few days ago. However, everyone did not think that a chi condensation young man could have anything good, so most of them just swept past him with their divine senses without stopping. Now that someone had revealed that he was a second-grade pill refiner, countless people immediately began to regret their actions. A chi condensation cultivator was a second-grade pill refiner. So what grade would he reach after reaching foundation establishment and condensing his core? Such a person had been right under their noses for more than 10 days, yet no one had paid any attention to him? Fortunately, this was the Immortal falling abyss. The young man had come here to train and would eventually return to Fallen Village. From this moment onwards, no one occupied that corner in the market square. Everyone consciously vacated that spot and waited for the chi condensation young man to return so that they could form a good relationship with him. As long as they could befriend that pill refiner would be a great opportunity for them in the future. Yang Qin did not know what happened in Fallen Village. He only set off towards his destination after confirming the direction. Soon, he encountered an underground spirit beast. Boom! Those who could get close to Fallen Village were basically fish that had escaped the net. They were not powerful people. Under the double protection of Yang Chen's yin-yang reversal 5 elements, the attack could not hurt Yang Chen at all. Yang Chen, on the other hand, only defended himself to his heart's content. He didn't attack at all. Strictly speaking, the underground spirit beast was not a living creature. It was just a mass of spiritual energy with spiritual intelligence. To launch an attack was to release the spiritual energy in one's body. It was true that attacking could eliminate the underground spirit beasts, but when the underground spirit beast spiritual energy was exhausted, they would usually obtain more spiritual marrow than killing the spirit beasts. In less than a quarter of an hour, the underground spirit beast spiritual chi was exhausted, and it shrunk into a ball of spiritual marrow and fell to the ground. Putting away the spirit marrow, Zhang Xian walked forward for a short distance before he heard the intense sounds of battle. At the same time, he could also hear the roars of over 100 spirit beasts. A human figure was besieged by hundreds of underground spirit beasts. A shield that was emitting a blue light danced up and down, almost enveloping the figure entirely. On the periphery, a flying sword was flickering nonstop as it attacked a spirit beast that was constantly changing its position. A single attribute, or 2 of the 5 elements, was such a tragedy. When a large number of underground spirit beasts swarmed over, there was no better way to defend oneself and then find a spirit beast that countered one's attribute to attack. Every time an underground spirit beast was destroyed, it would take at least half a day. Most of the time, a person could only obtain spiritual marrow of one attribute and then exchange it with others. Even a simple formation cultivator would be at a loss when faced with the underground spirit beasts. Underground spirit beasts were condensed from spiritual energy, so spiritual energy array attacks had no effect on spiritual energy. Only this kind of solid attack would be effective unless a sword array was used. However, most people who went to the Immortal Falling Abyss were mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators who spent 10 years to increase the density of spiritual energy in their cave abodes. How many of them had a sword array? Yang Chen did not stop. Instead, he made a small detour and rushed into an even darker depths. Yang Chen's actions made the person in the encirclement turn pale with fright. He had already discovered Yang Chen's arrival with his divine sense, but very few people in the Immortal Falling Abyss would make a move, so he didn't take it to heart. He only thought that it was a little guy who had come to pick up scraps. When he saw that Yang Chen had rushed deeper into the abyss, the person couldn't help but exclaim, "It's dangerous inside, be careful!" Unfortunately, he was surrounded by spirit beasts and couldn't stop Yang Chen. "It's all right, thank you, Senior." Yang Chen faintly thanked him, but his feet did not stop at all. He walked straight ahead, but in an instant he was suddenly surrounded by a large group of spirit beasts in front of him and disappeared in the scope of the man's spiritual awareness exploration. What a pity! Surrounded by the spirit beasts, the man let out a sigh. You're only at the chi condensation stage. How could you enter such a deep place? However, he only sighed and his hands did not stop moving. How many cultivators had fallen in the immortal falling abyss? It was all Yang Chen, no more, no less Yang Chen. If someone saw Yang Chen's current state, they would definitely scream in horror. Yang Chen didn't have any defensive magic treasures, but there were hundreds of underground spirit beasts around him, crazily attacking Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen didn't care at all. He just kept moving forward while using his divine sense to explore the surroundings. After walking for almost half a month in the outside world, he had already gone deep into the abyss filled with high-level spirit beasts. Yang Chen was sure that he was about to reach his destination. At this time he was surrounded by high-level spirit beasts, and Yang Chen could only barely resist their attacks. Yang Chen had already used up a bottle of 100 qi nourishing pills. After all, there are hundreds of high-level spirit beasts around him, and the number was still increasing. If he didn't find a place, even with Yang Chen's strength, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. After all, the pills were limited, and he didn't have the time and opportunity to restore his spiritual power. At this point, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. His powerful divine sense covered a radius of tens of feet. Soon, Yang Chen found the terrain that the guy mentioned. There was a huge round stone standing like a landmark, as if to remind Yang Chen that he had found the place. Behind the round stone, there was a narrow gap that was just big enough for a person to get in. Yang Chen didn't dare to neglect. He quickly moved to the entrance under the attack of a group of underground spirit beasts and then struggled to get in. Chapter 119. When Yang Chen finally entered the hole that could only allow one underground spirit beast to squeeze in, he could finally take a thorough rest. He was only at the third layer of qi refinement, so he still didn't have the ability to fly. After walking for half a month with hundreds of underground spirit beasts, Yang Chen was exhausted. A high-level spirit beast that looked like a wild boar was blocking the hole. It was stuck by the rocks on both sides, so it couldn't enter or leave. However, it blocked all the other spirit beasts outside. The space in the cave was very large, with a radius of 10 feet. Even if Yang Chen spread out and slept inside, it would still be fine. The most shocking thing was that there was an underground spirit vein that continuously flowed with spiritual qi. It was simply a natural place for cultivation. It was lucky that someone had found such a good place in his previous life. At the moment, Yang Chen did not neglect and directly placed the black jade futon at the exit of the underground spiritual vein. He sat on it and began to meditate. While restoring his spiritual power, he also warmed the meridians in his body. This time, it took Yang Chen 2 days and 2 nights to fully recover the consumption of half a month and the loss of his spiritual awareness brought by sleeplessness. With the abundant underground spirit vein, Yang Chen didn't need to use the powerful medicinal power of the profound yang fruit. He even placed the medicine garden's purifying bottle at the entrance of the spirit vein and slowly absorbed spiritual qi to replenish himself. The immortal fallen abyss was a huge underground hole. No one knew how wide it was. Even with Elder Wu Xiong's power, he still hadn't found the edge of the immortal fallen abyss. As for where these underground spirit beasts had appeared from, there was no clue. All he knew was that there seemed to be no end to these underground spirit beasts. They were constantly charging towards the only exit of Separation Village. The spirited Yang Chen had no intention of investigating these secrets. His main task now was to kill the underground spirit beasts and collect their spiritual essence. At the same time, he could increase his cultivation and fuse with the will of the immortal beheading stage. The yin and yang reversal 5 elements was like a high-speed millstone. When it was focused on an underground spiritual beast, the spiritual energy of the high-level underground spiritual beast would be drained very soon, leaving only a few glittering chalcedonies. As soon as the hole was empty, another underground spirit beast rushed in. It was also stuck and became a dead soul under Yang Chen's hands. At this point, Yang Qin no longer had to worry about his safety. A single spirit beast's attack would not pose a threat to him. On the contrary, with sufficient spiritual power and a safe environment, he could fight the underground spirit beasts endlessly. If anyone in the immortal falling abyss saw the efficiency with which Yang Qin killed the underground spiritual beasts, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. When other people killed a spirit beast, they would at least have to protect themselves. Then, they would use their flying swords or magic treasures to chase and attack a spirit beast. If they could kill a spirit beast after spending half a day, it would already be a very good result. It must be known that this was the territory of the underground spirit beasts. The spiritual energy was abundant. Those injured spirit beasts that wandered could recover their injuries at any time. Under such circumstances, the situation of those disciples who came to the immortal falling abyss could almost be described as difficult. How could it be like Yang Qin? It was as easy as grabbing an underground spirit beast and sawing its neck with a small saw blade. His life was extremely regular, constantly killing the underground spirit beasts. After his spiritual power was exhausted, he would sit on the black jade futon to practice and replenish it. After practicing the yin and yang 5 elements secret art once a day, he would practice the 3 purities secret art once a day to absorb the murderous aura caused by killing the underground spirit beasts and temper his spiritual awareness. Then he used the universe treasure raising secret art to maintain his profound spirit furnace and sword sheath. And then he killed the underground spirit beasts again. In the merit ring, Yang Qin carried enough food and water, and even in order to make his life more colorful, Yang Qin also deliberately planted some vegetables and fruits in the medicine garden. Except that he could not leave here at will. All his life seemed very complete. The underground spirit beasts were almost endless. Yang Qin killed one, and one came. There was no possibility of killing them all. Within a short period of 6 months, Yang Qin almost killed tens of thousands of underground spirit beasts. The amount of spiritual essence he obtained, because of the cleverness of the killing methods and the high grade of the underground spirit beasts, far exceeded this number. Yang Qin now had almost 30 or 40,000 spiritual marrow in his hands. As long as he worked hard for a while, he could get 50,000 by himself. There was no reincarnation of day and night. Under this high-intensity practice, Yang Qin had even forgotten the time. When he used the only spiritual power in his body to kill an underground spirit beast, the entrance was blocked again, and then he returned to the black jade futon and began to cultivate and recover. After dozens of cycles, the spiritual power in his body was almost recovered, but there was no sign of stopping at all. There seemed to be a burst of pressure in the meridians, stretching and shrinking, as if expecting something, and the spiritual power began to accumulate in the meridians. Finally, the surging spiritual power seemed to be suddenly unable to continue to fill, and then began to compress, and soon it reached the extreme. Boom! A certain barrier in the meridians was suddenly broken, and the spiritual power was like a wild horse out of control, continuing to gallop in the body. His whole body was brimming with the feeling of power being released. Yang Qin knew that his spiritual power had once again reached the 4th layer of qi refining. His body seemed to have suddenly become empty. The original spiritual power was not enough to fill Yang Qin's body now. In the underground black jade praying mat, there was an endless stream of spiritual power, and it began to crazily fill the spiritual power emptiness brought about by the promotion of the level. From the 3rd layer to the 4th layer, although it was only a small increase, this increase was a small qualitative change from the early stage to the middle stage of qi refining. This also meant that Yang Qin was no longer an early stage qi refining rookie, but a middle stage qi refining rookie. This was not an increase in the level of one type of spiritual power, but an increase in all 10 types of spiritual power of the yin-yang 5 elements art. The spirit vein in the immortal falling abyss was originally full of all attributes, Otherwise, it would not have been able to give birth to the 5 elemental spirit beasts. A huge amount of spiritual power began to frantically flow into Yang Chen's body, and under Yang Chen's deliberate guidance, the yin-yang 5 elements art began to circulate to its maximum limit and began to strengthen his internal organs. This was a process that must be experienced after entering the middle stage of qi refining. In fact, the entire qi refining stage was to strengthen one's body to the point that it could withstand even more powerful spiritual power and thus achieve the goal of foundation establishment. Yang Chen's body had already been strengthened by the life essence of countless immortals, but that kind of demonic technique was from the outside to the inside. Now it was from the inside to the outside. Under the cleansing of the huge amount of spiritual power, Yang Chen did not even care about the spirit beasts underground and began to concentrate on strengthening his body. Chapter 120. Consolidating one's realm was something everyone had to do after successfully advancing to the next realm. Even the whole process of consolidating is more important than the process of breaking through. It can be used to illustrate the contrast between the two. The process of breaking through is equivalent to hammering the roof of the tallest house you build into a spike, piercing the membrane of the next realm. However, consolidating the realm is to pierce the membrane and strengthen the needle into a huge foundation. The bigger and deeper the foundation, the higher the house can be built in the future. Yang Chen is now like a guy who is laying the foundation, madly absorbing the spiritual energy in the underground spirit vein, laying a solid foundation for himself. In the process of absorption, Yang Chen has to consider another problem. When he was in the early stage of qi refining, Yang Chen's own 5 elements were complete and balanced, so it didn't matter much. However, in the middle stage of qi refining, it was a bit shocking to maintain such a performance. In the future, he must deliberately highlight his own fire attribute cultivation base. Otherwise, it will definitely make a lot of people have a lot of associations. This time, consolidating the foundation and absorbing spiritual power took almost several times the time before it was completely completed. For Yang Chen, there is almost no interference in this place, and the spiritual power is abundant. It is impossible to have any accidents, smoothly consolidating the realm of the 4th layer of qi refining. Level up? Yang Chen immediately began to impatiently take out a flying sword, trying to carry out the 2nd sacrificial refining of the celestial spirit treasure refining secret art. The celestial spirit treasure refining secret art is definitely a good thing. It can let each of his own attributes of spiritual power produce a small celestial spirit formation. With this celestial spirit formation, whether it is attack or defense, it can be more powerful than ordinary attack and defense. Although he can only carry out the 1st sacrificial refining, but after his powerful spiritual awareness exploration and accurate judgment of his own strength, the power of spiritual power attack and defense is at least 30% higher than the original. In other words, only the first of the 36 spiritual power threads has such a powerful power. Then once the celestial spirit treasure refining secret art sacrificial refining to the 36th layer, how many times more powerful will it be? 10 times and 80%? The wish was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Even though Yang Chen had entered the middle stage of the qi refining stage, he still couldn't complete the 2nd layer of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art. In addition to successfully upgrading the 1st layer to the intermediate level, the 2nd layer was always blocked after a while, unable to proceed. Left with no choice, Yang Chen could only stop trying bitterly. The heavenly spirit treasure refining art did not work, so Yang Chen immediately turned to the earth fiend sacrificial formation art. The 72 layers of earthly fiend formation could also raise the quality of magic treasures. However, back then, Yang Chen's cultivation base was too low and he was unable to do it. Now that he had raised his cultivation base by 1 layer, he could give it a try. The result was unexpectedly good. Under the sacrificial refining of the earth fiend sacrificial formation art, the flying sword successfully engraved the 1st layer of the earthly fiend formation on the flying sword. However, the current Yang Chen was still a bit reluctant to carry out the first layer of the sacrificial refining. When it was completed, he was sweating all over, and the spiritual power of his whole body was exhausted. It even consumed the spiritual power of 1,000 years old, profound Yang fruit of Yangqin. This was the effect that Yangqin had been sitting on the underground spiritual vein. However, although the process was hard, the achievement was crazy. The flying sword directly flashed with rays of treasure light. At a glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. However, such a change made Yang Chen a little dumbfounded. The improvement of the magic treasure was a good thing, but this kind of sharpness was not what he liked now. Unfortunately, this was not under Yang Chen's control. Yang Chen knew that only when the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and the earth fiend sacrificial formation art were all sacrificial refined, the magic treasure that had been sacrificial refined would be restrained and become a real, peerless magic treasure. The changes of the flying sword certainly made Yang Chen happy, but the changes of the spiritual power in his body made Yang Chen even more ecstatic. As Yang Chen expected, when Yang Chen completed the first layer of the sacrificial refining of the earth fiend sacrificial formation art, the spiritual power of each attribute in his body, after the previous division of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, was subdivided again. This time, it became 108 threads. The heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art was still the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, but there was also an earth fiend formation. It was just that the two formations did not affect each other and existed independently. They could not be completely integrated into a complete heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art. But even so, the changes in his body were enough to make Yang Chen ecstatic. He immediately began to replenish his spiritual power, and then the first thing he did was to test his attack power. The unlucky underground spirit beast that was stuck at the entrance of the cave became the most pitiful test subject. It could not move and could only watch as Yang Chen's attack fell on its body. Then, after being hit a dozen times in a row, it died, leaving behind 2 spiritual essence. According to Yang Chen's original method of killing high-level spirit beasts, there would be 5 spiritual essence left, but now there were only 2. After a few attacks, Yang Chen knew how much his attack power had increased. Like the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, each layer increased the power by 30%. According to this calculation, if he could completely sacrificial refine the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, he could at least increase the power by 324%, which was close to 32 times of Yang Chen's without sacrificial refining. This was only the completion of the sacrificial refining of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art. If it could be combined into a complete heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, there would definitely be a bigger surprise. Yang Chen, who has 10,000 years of cultivation experience in his previous life, naturally knows the truth that more haste, less speed. Anyway, it was already a surprise to have such an effect now, and Yang Chen would not be greedy for too much. However, after full preparation, the profound spirit furnace and the sword box were taken out separately, and the first sacrificial refining of the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art was carried out. With the experience of the first sacrificial refining of the flying sword, the sacrificial refining of the profound spirit furnace, and the flying sword was very smooth, and it was not as hard as the first sacrificial refining, but the effect was better than the first sacrificial refining of the flying sword with the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art. After the completion of the sword box, Yang Chen also began a new way to kill the spirit beast. Anyway, Yang Chen has already accumulated 50,000 spiritual essence, enough for his own Immortal's cave to use in the future. Obtaining the spiritual essence is no longer the first goal of Yang Chen. What Yang Chen has to do now is to kill the underground spirit beast by beheading it. This method is most in line with the immortal beheading method in the immortal beheading stage, and it can also stimulate the will of the immortal beheading stage to integrate with himself. At the moment, Yang Chen didn't waste time. He waved the sword box in the shape of the immortal beheading stage, raised it high and slashed it down, and began his new round of killing the underground spirit beast. With a sharp weapon in hand, the efficiency was higher than the barehanded attack. With just 3 knives, Yang Qin cut off the head of the underground spirit beast stuck in the hole.